April, are you ready for us to start? Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order, and if you could call the roll.
Director Ames.
Here.
Director Duffy.
Here.
Director Foley.
Present.
Vice President Lee.
Here.
Director McPartlin.
Here.
Director Rayburn.
Here.
Director Simon. Director Allen. President Saltzman.
Here.
Thank you. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Director McPartlin, could you please lead us in the pledge?
I'll be honored. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to
the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Welcome to this board meeting. Please note that this meeting will be via teleconference with an option for in-person public participation here in the BART boardroom. Face masks are strongly recommended on BART property, including the BART boardroom. Please note, pursuant to all necessary findings having been made by the Board of Directors of the San Francisco Bay Area Rapid Transit District for itself, as well as all subordinate legislative bodies, to continue remote public meetings in the manner contemplated under urgency legislation, Assembly Bill number 361. Public participation for this meeting will be available via teleconference and in person. If you are joining us here in the boardroom and would like to make a public comment, you can fill out one of the blue cards in the back and pass it up to our district secretary here in the front. And if you are joining us via Zoom on a device, please use the raise hand feature. And if you are joining us by phone, please dial *9 to raise your hand, and when you're called on, *6 to unmute. Then public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per person. So do we have any introductions of special guests? Seeing none, we will move on to item 2, which is the report of the board president. A couple things to report. We have a very exciting board meeting coming up. Our next one on October 27th. We are having at the Hayward Maintenance Complex, so I hope folks will join us there, 10 a.m., and there will be a free shuttle from the South Hayward BART station. And then our only meeting in November due to the holiday is on November 17th, and it will be our last evening board meeting of the year, starting in open session at 5 p.m. And for this meeting today, we do have a closed session item. I'm hoping we can conclude all of our open session items somewhere between noon and 1, and so we can go into closed session after open session. But if open session goes beyond 1 p.m., we will break at some point and go into closed session. So that is my report. Are there any public comments on the report of the board president?
I have not received any speaker cards, President Saltzman, and I don't see any hands raised on Zoom.
Okay, thank you. The next item is number 3, board committee reports. My understanding is there have been no board committee meetings since our last board meeting. I don't see any directors wanting to report, so we'll move forward to the consent calendar. Staff has asked me to remove from the consent calendar item D, I believe, the award of the agreement for graffiti removal services district-wide. There's still some conversations going on internally with our labor partners, so we're going to remove item 4D from the consent calendar. Are there any other requests to remove items from the consent calendar? Yes, Vice President Lee.
Can I request to remove item 4M, State Proposition 13, for consideration?
Yes. Any other requests to remove items from the consent calendar? And if not, do we have a motion to approve the rest of the consent calendar?
So moved. Second.
So we have a motion by Director Duffy, a second by Director McPartlin. Let's go to the vote.
Director Ames.
Yes.
Director Duffy.
Yes.
Director Foley.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Yes.
Director McPartlin.
Aye.
Director Rayburn.
Yay.
Simon. Director Allen. President Saltzman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. So we will now go to item 4M, State Proposition 30 for consideration. Director Lee, I don't know if you'd like to say something or if we should go to staff for a report.
No, I don't think it's necessary. I just feel like this state proposition so indirectly affects BART that I am more inclined to have no position as the BART board on it. That's all.
And if staff could talk briefly about how this proposition impacts BART, that would be appreciated.
Good morning, President Saltzman and Board of Directors. Rod Lee, Assistant General Manager, External Affairs. I'm here with Alex Walker. He's our Acting Manager of Government Relations and Legislative Affairs. He can provide you with a brief summary of the proposition as well as explain BART's recommendation to support the prop.
Thank you, President Saltzman, board members. Alex Walker, Acting Manager of Government Relations and Legislative Affairs. So Proposition 30 is one of 7 statewide ballot measures on this November 8th ballot. The measure would impose a 1.75% personal income tax increase on personal incomes above $2 million per year, beginning in January 2023. According to the Legislative Analyst's Office, the tax would generate between $3.5 to $5 billion annually, up to $100 billion over the 20-year life of the tax. However, if the state can reduce its emissions to at least below 80% of 1990 levels for 3 consecutive years, the tax will end before its 2043 sunset date. The proceeds would be split 80-20. 80% of funds would go to zero-emission vehicle or ZEV programs. These include funding to help individuals, businesses, and local governments pay for light, medium, and heavy-duty ZEVs. This is administered by the California Air Resources Board, CARB, 45%. 35% would go to ZEV charging and fueling infrastructure, programs administered by the California Energy Commission, or CEC. And half of the funds in these programs must be required to be spent in disadvantaged and low-income communities. The remaining 20% would go to wildfire response and prevention activities coordinated by the State Fire Marshal and Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention. If voters approve Proposition 30, there may be opportunities for BART to apply for funding administered by the CEC to further the district's EV charging policy, goals, and strategies, which include the installation of charging infrastructure at BART stations and parking. Additionally, BART could apply to funds from CARB to transition our non-revenue fleet of light, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles to ZEVs, as there will be mandates coming down the line for purchasing of new ZEVs for these kind of vehicles from CARB. The proposition is supported by environmental organizations, transit advocacy groups, and agencies of the region, including MTC ABAG, SFCTA, the City of Oakland, SPUR, and the Bay Area Air Quality Management District. It's opposed by groups including the Howard Jarvis Taxpayer Association, the California Teachers Association, and Governor Newsom. Thank you, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you. First, let's go to public comment, and then we'll go to the board.
Okay, I don't have any speaker cards, but I do see a hand raised on Zoom. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Board President Rebecca Saltzman and members. Alita Dupree for the record. My pronouns are she and her. I'm going to talk about just all of my comments are concerning the entire consent agenda. I was hoping I would have got that in before you took your vote. As far as this Prop 30, I haven't really read it. There seems to be quite a bit of support lined up for it, and certainly anything that's going to help us get more of these EV equipment will certainly help, especially with prioritizing equity communities. On some other consent items, the pit stop contract is very, very important. We want to keep that going. I have not used the facilities in San Francisco, but I did use a facility at Lake Merritt. When you got to go, you got to go. So we want to ensure that we keep this going. And near the end of the agenda, there's a slope mitigation item, which is important. Amtrak has suspended train service in the corridor south of Los Angeles, going down to San Diego. There's only one rail line that runs along the Pacific Ocean. And there are some places where there's been some instability, where they're figuring out short-term how to stabilize the tracks, and long-term, the tracks will probably have to be rerouted. which can be very challenging down around Camp Pendleton and built up areas around Del Mar. So we don't want to have slopes giving away under our BART infrastructure. So I think overall we have a pretty good consent agenda. I look forward to hear what you have to say about Prop 30. Thank you.
Thank you, and apologies for not calling on you earlier. Do we have any further public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
Okay, then I will go to the board, starting with Director Foley.
Thank you, Madam President. I do support the motion to table this item. If not, I will be voting against this item. I believe that State Prop 30 creates a corporate exception that allows private businesses like ride shares to subsidize their legally required EV purchases. Additionally, it locks in a 20-year tax increase and funding model with almost no flexibility to cancel this tax or make any significant changes to the program to meet any emerging needs from California. Lastly, it circumvents the California Constitution guarantee that a portion of funds from state income taxes will go to fund public education. Any possible benefits to BART are outweighed by the negative impacts of this proposition, and for that reason, I would be voting against it if we are going to move forward.
Thank you. Director Rayburn?
Thank you very much. And I've recognized the contentiousness of Prop 30 and have been on the fence myself, but I want to thank staff for giving us an analysis of what Prop 30 represents for the BART district. And I acknowledge that your analysis includes that it fits with our EV policy that we adopted last year. It also would help us transition our non-revenue fleet to electric vehicles. And finally, it represents an opportunity to fund shared e-bikes and bike lanes eligible for the ZEV funds. And this would be aligned with our station access policy. So I want to be well positioned, should this bill pass, that we're able to take advantage of these aspects and be able to really push that we're not ending up with more cars on the road, but more electric bikes and better access to our stations and reducing greenhouse gas emissions overall. And so with that in mind, I'm inclined to give it support for the reason that we would be seen as one of the agencies that favored the bill, and we should be first in line for applying for those funds. I'll move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other board discussion? Director McPartland?
I'm interested in speaking offline with Director Foley about his concerns associated with this, but I'm going to have to be in favor of it strictly from the fire service support standpoint. I served for a quarter of a century in the fire service with multiple deployments to wildland fires that are onerous at every level, and consistently there is not enough money in the state budget in order to be able to have CAL FIRE staffed the way it needs to be, and we end up needing to operate off of massive amounts of mutual aid, both within the state as well as from the federal standpoint. And every time you end up responding to a fire and you don't have enough resources, you're always playing catch up. And with the major fires that we have had in the last couple of years, it's getting worse, not better. And the CAL FIRE is seriously understaffed, underfunded, and under-resourced. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the vote, I just want to say briefly, I'm in support of this and support for BART supporting it, and really appreciate the research staff did. And I think if it does pass, it kind of positions us better having the research and having the knowledge and knowing what the process is going to be to make us competitive. You know, I've been one of the folks on the board who said I don't want to use BART money for electric charging infrastructure, so I'd rather have the rich folks in California pay for that, and that this positions us to be able to do that. And I agree with the comments that have been made by Director Rayburn and Director McPartlin. So let's go to the vote.
Director Ames? Yes. Director Dufty? Yes. Director Foley?
Nay.
Vice President Lee?
Abstain.
Director McPartlin?
Yay.
Director Rayburn?
Yay.
Director Simon? Director Allen? President Saltzman?
Yes.
Thank you. 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion carries. With
Thank you.
Director,
Okay.
sorry, excuse me, with Director Foley voting no and Vice President Lee abstaining.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 5, the general manager's report.
Good morning, Board President Selson, member of the BART's board. A couple items to report. Let's start off with upcoming repair work. Starts this weekend, and I'm talking about the repair work out on the C line between Pleasant Hill Station and Concord Station. The first weekend is this weekend, October 15th and 16th. And then we'll have 2 more weekends, the 29th and 30th of October and the 12th and 13th of November. Rod Lee and his team, working with Shane and Alicia, have done all the prerequisite outreach to the community. Everything's been posted on our website. Press release is going out. So I think we've done a good job notifying the public and folks in the area. So again, first weekend starts this weekend there. So I just came back from APTA. I spent a few days up at APTA Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Came back Tuesday. Good discussions with some of the other agencies up there. I was in a few sessions, and I was on a panel that dealt with systems integration, with our CBTC contract, our new CARS contract there. So pretty good discussions going on there, and would like to publicly recognize and congratulate our very own Alicia Trost, and she successfully graduated from APTA leadership. And so we have that under our belt too. And so congratulations to Alicia. She does such a great job on our communication front. So MTC programming allocations, just a shout out if I could to President Saltzman, Vice President Lee, John Arantes, who is our president of SEIU 1021, and Sal Cruz, who is our president of AFSCME, for attending and participating and making public comment in the MTC Programming and Allocations Committee. That was yesterday. Very powerful commentary from all 4 of you, very strategic, and wanted to just thank all of you for your support there. And then I would also just like to make sure that this board is tracking that our good partner, my personal friend, Therese McMillan, who is the MTC Chief Executive Officer there, will be stepping down from her role at the end of the year, and she'll stay on for another month to kind of fine-tune some initiatives and some work that's going on. But she will be, fundamentally rolling up out of MTC at the end of the year when her contract is up there. So I just wanted to make sure that this board is tracking on that going forward, as I am very closely tracking on that. So last week, I attended with Amanda Cruz a roundtable listening session, very important, with Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa, Mayor V, as he's known, and a 2-time mayor of Los Angeles, and he's been appointed by the governor as the governor's point on infrastructure and what his role is in a very succinct measure. He's going to make sure that the state of California's money leverages as much money as it can from the federal government, with the money coming from the federal government, really focused on the capital programs out there. And so we had a good discussion with him. I was on the round table there, and he was very impressed that the Bay Area from a transportation perspective and working with MTC, has their priorities in line. And namely, it's the core capacity project from BART. It is the Caltrain electrification project, and then it's the VTA BART Phase 2 project. They're working with MTC and the operators, and he was tracking on that. He had met with MTC earlier, so pretty good event there. WTS, boy, what an event that was. And that was last week. I think it was Thursday night, and lovely to see President Salzman out there, as our leader and president of the BART board. Director Rayburn, thank you for attending that event, and many BART staff and transportation professionals were out there. And it was just a great event, great venue, a lot of people, some awards there. So thanks for being out there, President Salzman and Director Rayburn. Next week on Wednesday, I guess a week from yesterday, I'm going to be on a panel with Mike Healy, and it's the Oakland Public Library History Series. And Mike and I will be, walking through a little bit of the history of BART, speaking a little bit about our anniversary, taking some questions there. It's an informative historical series there, so we're going to be, obviously part of that. Hey, this board asked a couple of times, to make sure that BART's doing what it can to get the flu and the COVID booster out, right? And I told you we had one. We had another one since we last met. It was October 3rd under Alaric's here, under Alaric de Graffenrie's leadership with the administration. And we were able to get both flu shots and the COVID booster shot. And he's working on additional clinics at other locations at BART this month and into November. So we're really working hard to make sure that we're available for BART on that front. So ridership update, we continue to tick up a little bit during the week and during the weekends. And we saw on the weekends, peak weekend ridership and peak exits Saturday, Sunday. We did have Fleet Week and all the Fleet Week events there, but it's encouraging. And so that's kind of my report, President Salzman and members of the BART board. I am happy to take any questions that I could be helpful with.
Thank you. First, let's go to public comment.
I haven't received any speaker cards, but I do see a hand raised on Zoom. Alita, please go ahead.
Thanks again, President Rebecca Salzman. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Can't get enough of a good general manager's report. That's one of the highlights of the day. Lots of good things going on, some very important business trips. I looked up apt. I guess that conference just happened in Seattle, a favorite place of mine and a place that I have flown on airplanes to. So it's important for us to continue the networking. And I am going to miss Therese McMillan. I have met her several times. And along with Bob, Therese serves on the Clipper Executive Board. And Therese has been a very strong champion of the Clipper program. So always want to remember all those good things. And ridership is coming up. I'm encouraged about that. I am one of those people lately who has helped to add to that. And we want to keep up with this repair on the C line. I've not ridden that section of the C line, but it's very important that we keep up with it. And I am probably not going to be in the Bay Area, but this Oakland history talk that you're going to have is a very big thing, because we want to ensure that we preserve and put out the history of BART. In New York, they have a transit museum in Brooklyn located in a decommissioned, it used to be a subway station. It used to have active service, and they have trains in there and all kinds of other things. And the third rail is still turned on. And they run heritage tours out of there. So this is a start that people should get to know more about BART. Very, very important, that rhymed poet here. So thank you. So all these things that I have heard here continue to exemplify this basic idea that BART is the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you. It doesn't look like we have any further public comment. Do any board members have comments about the general manager's report? Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Salzman. Mr. Powers, I don't want to upstage the QPR and later in the meeting, but we had an incident in the Transbay Tube where we lost power on September 23rd that really brought us to our knees. Have we been able to do a forensic analysis and identify what happened that would cause, and I believe that should have been one of our new 34.5 kilovolt cables that had a ground fault.
Shane's up here, but at a high level, and Director, you and I talked about this topic at some great length in my office not too long ago. So we had a traction power shortage in the Transbay Tube, and it took us a little while to locate that, and I showed you some photos there where it flashed over in the conduit and where the short was. And then Shane and our electricians, frontline men and women on the SEIU side there was relays feeding into that and had to kind of jump around that to get the power restored there, and they were successful in doing that. And so it's my understanding it wasn't one of the new 34.5 runs that was through there, Director, and that was, when you saw the conduit, when I showed you the picture where it flashed over, it wasn't. And so we are, that's the whole program on the traction power and the 34.5 program that we have going, led by Miyat San, who works for Shane Edwards. And so we're very strategically looking at those areas in the system, whether it's in the tube or the upper C line or the lower A line, to replace our 34.5 cabling so that doesn't happen. And so we got out there, we identified the project. Shane got the system back up and running as quickly as he can, as safely, making sure safety first, Director Rayburn. And we got that back up and running. So at my level, I am tracking intimately on that topic there, and so if you're good with that response, I'll just hold off for a second there. Are you good with that?
I am. I feel that I misinterpreted that cable was one of our new cables that had somehow been pulled through the conduit. And it gives me optimism to know that we're on track to replace that section, and that our public should know that that was not part of the newly restored cable that failed.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thanks, Director Rayburn.
Vice President Lee.
I just want to make a quick note. You noted the MTC policy, whatever, the PAC meeting yesterday. I also want to give a lot of thanks to Priya Mather in particular, who made sure to organize board members and our labor leaders to really push to get more money for our core capacity program. So good work to that team. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and since we're, good point, thank you for that. And also, I would, on that front, I know you were very instrumental, and our good friend Director Dufty was in the middle of those discussions about, funding for BART out of Measure L. So I would be a little remiss if I did not recognize my good friend Director Dufty.
Thank you. I just wanted to note, since Alita mentioned maybe not being able to go to the speaker series happening about 50th anniversary of BART with Bob and Mike Keeley, you can go because it's a virtual event. So anybody can go. And I just have to say, before the pandemic, the Oakland Library had a similar event just with Mike Healy. And we probably had a fire hazard there with how many people were in the room. It was like, maybe 200 people in the room. So this will be high demand. It should be really great. I'm glad you guys are doing that again. So we can move forward in the agenda to general public comment. This is for items not on the agenda. So do we have any general public comment?
I have not received any speaker cards, but I do see a couple hands raised on Zoom. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you again, President Rebecca Saltzman, Alita Dupree. For the record, she and her, as I speak generally. Lots of good things. I did spend this last weekend in Oakland, BART to and from the airport. So BART was there for me. Didn't ride it much else because I didn't cross the bay at all. It was fine. Didn't really have any issues riding BART. I also, before that weekend, went to Chicago for a week. I hope you got to read my letter. Lots of things in it. Some of you have said that you've gotten to read my letters. I hope that my letters are entertaining and engaging enough that people would look forward to reading them. But Chicago was a very profound trip for me, riding lots of buses and trains and using both virtual and plastic venture cards. Everybody's doing venture cards there. I did read somewhere that in San Francisco Airport, SFO, that the paper ticketing has been reintroduced. And yes, I know that there is a shortage of plastic cards. I think we have to work with Clipper on a way to solve this issue, to move away from the next strike tickets. So the Ventra in Chicago has these Ventra tickets that I guess have the chip in them that basically function the same way as the plastic cards do. So not everybody has phones. So we got to find a way to move away from that paper ticketing. I don't think that's how we want to introduce BART to our public. And the open payment hopefully someday will solve that problem. And then people won't have to get additional fare media in order to be able to use BART and other systems. So how do we continue this work of building a better BART? I have read about the problems that we had with the tunnel and the wires. Nobody should have to worry about sitting on trains in the dark. Nobody should have to be afraid of riding on BART. Oh, yes, and I also really like the new director plaques on your dais that say director and then your name. That's very inclusive. Wish more places would do that. So I really, really appreciate that move. And believe me, I noticed it. So that's a very, very good thing. So I hoped maybe I will get to come to the Hayward meeting. But again, as many systems as I've been on, when I got to ride BART, I was once again reminded that BART is indeed the people system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Kuro, please go ahead.
You mean Kuro? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Kuro, and I'd like to talk about fare evaders and the gate agents' duty or role. The configuration of many stations past years seem to have reduced the gate jumpers, and I was very happy about it. But lately, I'm seeing fare evaders got more bold, and they just use the service gates that tend to be unlocked. Also, elevators are used. Some elevators have connect outside area and the paid area, and they take advantage of it. First, I would like to ask if BART management has any estimate of the number of fare evaders and how much income, potential income, BART is losing. I'm very interested in knowing that. And I want to talk about some experience. Last week, I was at the 16th mission station at night, and there were two BART agents having conversation in the station booth. Then two passengers passed the emergency exit gate that is next to the agent booth without checking with the agent. What bothered me is that the agent did not stop them. In fact, I don't know if they are paying any attention to the emergency gate. So I would like to ask why BART agents don't even monitor the gate and do something about fare evaders. I thought maybe agents were told not to stop them to avoid conflict, but that is not the case, I can tell, because I was stopped at Orinda station when I was using the elevator. I already processed the tickets, but the agents stopped me and come back to the booth and show the ticket. So I was frustrated, but I hope this happens actually to everybody, fairly. The agents should stop them and ask them to show that they pay the fare. And I would like to ask the board to clarify what agent play a role in order to reduce the fare evaders. And I would like to ask to monitor the policy is applied fairly. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't do a back and forth during public comment, but if I could ask staff to follow up with Kuro about the policies and the practices of station agents and others with fare evasion issues, I'd appreciate that. And if we don't have his email address through the system, I have it, so I'm happy to connect to you. I don't see any other requests for public comment, so we will move on in the agenda to the item 7, the independent police auditors update.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today, directors. I am Russell Bloom, independent police auditor. Forgive me as I learn some new technology and deal with the mask and glasses problem. This is my first time presenting in this room, so just making sure I know how it works. Okay. Thanks again. When I deliver reports to you all, I tend to want to just give you a reminder of an overview of what we do and how we work. It's just the big picture setting for the Office of the Independent Police Auditor is that we're charged with investigating complaints, auditing BART PD patterns and practices. We make policy recommendations, and we also monitor the ways that the department polices itself in connection with its internal affairs and supervisory use of force review processes. The model also, just as a side note, allows for the BART Police Citizen Review Board to make policy recommendations in the same way that my office does. I do want to remind you all that my approach to oversight is proactive. It's intended to, among other goals, prevent critical incidents. That's the big picture mission. I listed some other jurisdictions on this slide that have implemented or are working toward implementing key components of our structure. And I do that because it's just a reassuring indicator, I hope, for you that our model is considered objectively effective. As you're aware, we're in the middle of the process of the required evaluation of our oversight model. This occurs every 3 years per the board's action back in 2018. The listed stakeholders will be presenting you with recommendations that we all expect will allow us to continue to fine-tune our processes, clarify any ambiguities in the language of the model, and continue to deliver the service that's expected of us by the people that we all serve. In connection with our policy revision work, I'm very pleased about our recent effort to work with the police department to remove the phrase excited delirium from all printed BPD manuals, policies, and materials, but also to discontinue the use of it. I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this slide just to give you some context. Our senior investigator, Patrick Caceres, really brought to my attention 2 reports back in June that were distributed by the American Medical Association and Physicians for Human Rights. They both issued statements and reports about the use of the term excited delirium And the research demonstrated that the harm that this non-scientific term has applied to people by having it used improperly and historically applied disproportionately to Black and brown people. So Patrick Caceres and former Deputy Chief at BPD, Angela Averett, really put their heads together, spent some time looking at the research together, and really, I think, addressing some of the concerns that the police department might have had about moving forward in this way, really examining the science and the information that was available from the AMA and Physicians for Human Rights. But after examining how the term was being used by the BART Police Department, the chief agreed with OIPA's recommendation to remove this language from the policy manual and also ceased allowing it to be used in report writing. It's an important and positive policy modification for the BART community, and I think it's a great example of how we were able to work together to address and enhance racial equity in policing. We have already had some significant interest from other jurisdictions who want to learn about how we were able to work through this process with the department and with the chief to accomplish the goal, because they'd like to launch similar efforts. But I, again, just want to acknowledge the work of the chief and command staff and also my staff, especially Patrick Caceres, for his deep dive on this. We're very proud of the outcome, and I also will take an opportunity to thank Alicia and her team for helping us publicize information about the work that we did. We have now distributed 3 writer surveys over the past 3 years to help us understand the most effective ways to share information about the work of our office. We want to share that information with people who may need us. The last survey was recently completed, and it gave us even more insight than we had prior into how to explain our mission and how to increase awareness of our services. The most recent survey also importantly helped us evaluate some possible design and language ideas that could enhance understanding and effectiveness of our materials. So ultimately, we were once again enlightened by our writers and the communities that we serve, and we're so ready now to launch our most ambitious rebranding and marketing and awareness effort. And that includes updating all of our very dated materials and making our website much more accessible and user-friendly. One of the things that the survey revealed to us, this recent survey, is that awareness of OIPA did increase. I want to point out that more than 6 in 10 respondents recognized our car cards on the trains. The car card campaign has always been very important, but it's been great to see that it continues to be effective. I'm excited about redesigning those because we've also learned that not only are they effective, but we now have feedback as to how to make them more effective, how to make the messaging more easy to absorb and understand in the short time that people will be looking at it. So I think we've learned a lot, and we're excited about what this means for us going forward. Advertising recall improved significantly since the April 2021 survey. It helps us center the work of engagement, just like all the information that we receive from this survey process. This line shows that awareness remains over the course of 3 surveys at exactly 11%, which is odd. But while the percentage remains static, we did have many more respondents to this recent survey. So we had 2,100 compared to 1,700 in the last survey. And what's really important is that the survey respondents who we communicated with seem to much better understand our mission and the need for the services that we provide. So there's that. We did get some open-ended comments, which were very informative for us. They always give us good guidance, helping us understand what people are and aren't absorbing about our messaging and our work. I did highlight one of these negative comments. We received a number of negative comments, as we always do, but most of what we saw in this round was that the negative comments had more to do with concerns and fears around public safety issues on the trains, but not related directly to oversight. And I sort of call this one out to note that it's really important for us to help people understand that our work isn't intended to, I lost control, April. It isn't intended to minimize public safety. In fact, it improves policing, which enhances public safety. And the idea that law enforcement may be limited in their ability to provide public safety while still adhering to policies and constitutional law is just inaccurate from my perspective. So it's a common refrain, though, which civilian oversight practitioners all around the world have to address frequently. And so I'm not averse to talking about that, but I wanted to highlight the negative comment and recognize that it's this type of messaging that we are working against consistently. More survey takeaways on this slide. You know, we understand that often complainants aren't looking for OIPA until they feel like they need relief around a particular situation. But we absolutely took away that what riders want from us in terms of our messaging is more direct messaging, more concise messaging, and messaging that includes assurances that we're independent from the police department and that we have adequate authority and adequate independence to be effective. So this is much of what we learned, particularly from the open-ended comments that we received. And we're going to continue to use that information to inform the ways we communicate and the ways we reach out to people in the BART community. I only include this body-worn camera data because it had been requested by the board previously. I'm not alarmed by this very slight increase in the same time period, and I will say that from my perspective, the vast majority of contacts are properly recorded and documented, on top of which both BPD and my office continue to promptly address any late or failed activation issues, and that tends to be effective. I'm not going to go through all the activities of myself and my staff, but we continue to try to get out there, talk to people, not only talk to them, but learn from them about how we can do better, be better, and give people what they expect from us. It's important, I think, to point out that I and my staff are really trying to be out in front as leaders in this space of civilian oversight, both locally and nationally. We're really proud to do the work that we do. We're really proud to have the opportunity to help the district and the department provide equitable and constitutional progressive public safety services. Once again, thank my staff and appreciate the opportunity to talk to you here today, and glad to answer any questions that you have right now and also offline in between meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Let's go to public comment.
I have not received any speaker cards, but I do see a hand raised on Zoom. Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, President Rebecca Saltzman. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her. This is important. And I've been fortunate to have spoken with Russell a number of times, and I really appreciate the work of Russell. I have seen the ads on the trains. Awareness is important. I still think that for many, there is the issue of process. It can be a very complicated, time-consuming, and even, I perceive, intimidating process. And I'm not talking about people, but the nature of the process, as I understand it. And there is more work to do. I'm finding that in the BPD space, that our demographics are not particularly inclusive. And unfortunately, that can send a message to people that if they engage this process, that even though I know Russell to be a very welcoming and open-minded individual, the fact that the demographics have not been updated to reflect the diversity of our community is indeed concerning. it leads me to wonder if I should ever engage this process. Because nobody should be afraid to ride BART and wear a skirt at the same time. But if our demographics do not reflect that, then there could be some structural issues that could prevent a person from finding full redress under this process because other actors in the process may not be aware of these diverse needs. How can we improve our technology to prevent failed body camera recordings? Because sometimes you have to wonder, does the body camera fail to activate when the situation seems most critical? So we have to look at, during the times of failure, what was the situation that was unfolding at the time of failure? And I do feel that in our oversight, I often have to enlighten people in these things. I often speak about a phenomenon that unfortunately happens way too many times in the world. It's never acceptable, and that's track and platform pushing. People getting pushed in front of subway trains. It should never happen anywhere, and it shouldn't happen on BART. And so I think in our oversight, we should not be afraid to talk about the hard issues, because this process should reflect the idea that BART is the people system. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised, President Saltzman.
Okay. And I will go to the board in a moment, but I just wanted to let everyone know that Director Allen has joined us virtually. And Director Allen, whenever you'd like to speak, you can just use the raise hand feature in Zoom because I can see you there. That'll probably be the easiest. So Director Rayburn.
Thank you, President Saltzman, and thank you, Russell, for your very thorough report. There are many positive outcomes that you highlighted, and I think that you underline that oversight and public safety go hand in hand. And I noted at the outset of the meeting, before we even started, I was watching you have what appeared to be a very amicable conversation with Chief Alvarez. And that's something that I look for, that we have that ongoing dialogue. I wanted to ask a couple of questions, however, about the June report that you included in this month's agenda. And I noted that it hadn't been commented on by the CRB members, but it's a very lengthy report, incredibly substantial. I think it runs for about 12 pages. And in there, you note a couple of issues that in your additional notes. Purged disciplinary memoranda and the deletion of misconduct allegations seem to be perhaps unresolved as yet. And I wanted to just explore that briefly with you. If you feel there's been progress since you wrote the report.
Thank you for your deep dive into the report. I appreciate that.
Yeah, it's fine print.
A lot of work did go into that. That is a June report that was delivered to the BART Police Citizen Review Board as required back then, and remains posted on our website online. I don't want to go too deeply into all of the contents of all of the reports that I provided for your review, but as to those two issues, I certainly would have to go back and check the specific case to make sure that the one allegation was added. But my understanding, even based on the information in my report, is that both the chief and his lieutenant in charge of internal affairs engaged in a number of conversations with me about all of the items in that report, and we consistently talk these things through. I'm confident that both of those issues have been appropriately addressed by now. And I'll double check and reach back out to you offline, but that's been the process for us. And I hope the chief agrees with me that if I bring something to his attention, He and I are very communicative, responsive to each other. He makes time for me, I make time for him, and we just try to drill down until we, reach an answer. Even if we disagree, I think we are always looking for the right solution that works for everybody and really just provides for effective accountability measures. And that's what we're both looking for at the end of the day, and we tend to get there.
Excellent. I'm buoyed to hear you mention accountability, transparency of all of our discussions is incredibly important here. So thank you for your response, and thank you, Chief, for your response to Russell.
Thank you, Director Rayburn.
Great.
Director Dufty?
Thank you, Madam President. And I think there is some value in repeating some of the points that Director Rayburn has shared. And I simply want to add that I'm very proud of District 9's representative to the BPCRB. And George has been involved for quite some time, so he brings a lot of value. And I just want to say that as I check in with him, he could not speak more highly about the work that you're doing as the independent police auditor and how you're collaborating with strategic partners, whether it's the chief or the review board. And so I just really want to thank you for that and say that I know that your role is very important to the people that I represent. And so I'm gratified that the feedback is so positive. And I've had conversations with the chief, and your relationship and collaborations are unique. I mean, you're not going to be in lockstep with one another, but I think that it is really speaks to the health of this agency and the recognition of how important this function is to be accountable, that you're able to work effectively together. And our agency is facing challenges in bringing talent on board. And so I just want to celebrate that, you have brought a stakeholder engagement administrator into the fold of your office. And so I look forward to meeting that individual. And I know that that's a very important role to play. So I'm very happy that you have that position. And I do want to acknowledge that I know that the general manager worked closely with you to kind of come up with a creative approach to enabling you to, rather than having someone on the outside, having somebody on the inside. And I would defer to the general manager if he'd like to comment on that, or just I want to acknowledge both of you for working creatively together. I'm sure the deputy general manager was involved as well.
Yeah, the deputy was certainly involved. And I just, for the record, Director Dufty, thanks for the opportunity. It's a very good partnership with the OIPA and the general manager's office. Matter of fact, Russell was in our office yesterday, and we talked for, 90 minutes on probably 10 or 12 different topics. And it's just a good back and forth and a very nice collaboration.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Dufty.
Vice President Lee?
Yeah, thank you so much, Russell. I always really appreciate hearing all the updates, and I myself learned a bit more about the historic and problematic use of excited delirium through the work you've done. So I think it might seem minor, but I really do appreciate the work that you've done with BPD in particular to change that policy. Two questions. The first one's quick. I'm really excited to see the high-level results of the survey. It's great that it seems like those car cards are working. I'm seeing them on both the new and old trains. Is there a more full version of survey results that we can review, or a presentation that you've put together?
No, these are excerpts from what is a draft version of the survey presentation. Both I and my team and my stakeholder engagement administrator, Gia Orlando, just to say what her name is, are working with the marketing team to just finalize the deck, make sure that we're examining some of the specific data methodology. We're sort of discussing which open-ended comments we want to include in the presentation to fairly represent. So I sort of snuck some of that stuff out before it was ready for this presentation.
Got it.
I absolutely expect that there will be an opportunity for a full presentation only about the survey. It won't be lengthy, but it'll be complete at that time.
Okay.
I don't know when. I think we're just now scheduling some revisitation meetings with the marketing team to go over everything, but this was coming up fast, so I just grabbed some stuff from it.
For sure. And I mean, I know that your reports to this board are only quarterly. So if you're doing a deeper dive, let's say for the CRB, if you can let the board directors know, because I'd be very interested in hearing that. And in particular, I'm actually really interested in seeing those open-ended comments. A lot of times when we do Title VI analyses, we used to get those like books. Do we still get them? I often just would like flip through just because this is a touch point to hear from our riders about how they feel about all things policing. I know it's specific to OIPA, but as you mentioned, we're going to hear a lot. And if this is sort of fresh, comments from our riders, I'd love to read them. That's almost as valuable as the data. And then my other question is, we haven't heard a whole lot about where the GARE cohort work has been. I'm glad to see that in your slide deck today, you mentioned that y'all attended the national conference, which is great. I recall at the start of this year when we had our day and a half long annual retreat, we received a lengthy update about BART's racial equity strategy. If I recall correctly, that was supposed to be a partnership between your office, OIPA, and OCR. That was envisioned to be sort of championed internally by the GARE cohort leaders. Just a high level, is GARE cohort, is that group still meeting? Is there going to be any kind of substantive update back to this board, in the coming months?
Great question. I love to talk about racial equity, but this project really has been handed off, I think, quite fully to Maceo Wiggins and OCR. I will tell you that my role in it absolutely remains to be as supportive and engaged and involved and providing whatever advice anybody wants from me about my experience and my approach, but it really is beyond me now, and I'm part of a racial equity task force that has been convened by Maceo and his team. It's very energized. There has been a lot of discussion about what it means, how we're going to maintain engagement from not just the original cohort members, but the new people that are coming in. That's been great. It has led to the formation of affinity groups. There's just a lot of work and movement in that area. But my role at this point is both as a participant and a supporter. I'm not managing that process, but I'm thrilled about it.
Okay,
Vice
thanks.
President Lee, we'll get you an update from the Office of Civil Rights.
Excellent. Was going to ask for that. Thank you. That's all I had. Thank you, Russell.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. Do other directors wish to speak? If not, I just have a couple comments. Just want to agree with everything that's been said by other members of the board and appreciate this presentation today. I definitely, as a rider, have just noticed the car cards a lot more. So I don't know if there are more of them or I'm just paying more attention, but certainly it's great to see them. And I'm glad that you're doing the research to see how they can be updated to be even more effective. So yeah, if you could get us a memo on that research as soon as it's, been analyzed so we can have that data. And I agree with Vice President Lee. I'd like to see all the comments because they are really helpful to look through. And then on the work on racial equity, I'd actually like more than a memo. So I guess I'd ask Bob or Michael, when is realistic for a team to come present to just give us an update on what's happening, because it has been quite a while.
I don't want to commit to December 1st, but December 1st might be a possibility of not the first meeting in January. I'm sure we can give you an update.
Yeah,
on where
I
we
think
are.
that's fine. And if there's anything in the interim to report by memos, maybe we can discuss at that meeting kind of a reporting going forward. I know you're all in it every day, but we're not. So some regular reporting by memo and then less frequently by board meetings, I think would be super helpful because it's important to all of us. So thank you for the update, and we'll now move on to item 8, administration items. Director Simon's not here today, so I will turn it over to Vice Chair Ames.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We do miss Director Simon, and I would like to go over item 8, administrative items. We have a continued item from September 22nd. It was an evening board meeting, and this is the fiscal year 2023 capital program priorities process and fiscal year 20 FY24 Board Engagement Plan. And I'd like to go to public comment after this and then receive board comments and then go to item B, which is also an informational item, and that's operating financial outlook update and Metropolitan Transportation Commission's 2022 Reimagined Short Range Transit Plan draft. And I think this is really important to separate these two presentations and gain public comment and board comment, because we do have a near-term gap, funding gap problem, and we are shooting for a long-term revenue model. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ames. So good morning, members of the board. This information item follows up on the capital program and project update that we brought to the board last May and the FY23 capital program and project status report shared with the board by email in June. Today's presentation is the next step in our process to improve and expand upon our capital process. And looking forward, we're looking to establish a regular cadence of reporting and updates to the board. So with that, I'll turn the presentation over to Priya Mathur. She's our Director of Funding Strategy. And we also have Sylvia Lamb, the Interim Assistant General Manager of Design and Construction with us today. So thank you.
Thank you. I think our team is pulling up the PowerPoint as we speak.
Thank you.
Sorry, just one more moment. Okay. IT staff, could you please come help us? We're having some technical difficulties on our end. Thank you.
Is it? Oh.
Looks like we're ready to go. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, District Secretary. Well, good morning, Vice Chair Ames and directors. My name is Priya Mathur. I'm the Director of Funding Strategy for BART. I'm so delighted to be with you this morning to share more information about BART's capital program, priorities process, and our plan to engage the board more deeply over the coming months and years. The capital program prioritization requires a real partnership between the board, the executive team, and the staff, each with their own roles and responsibilities. The board's role is to set the organizational vision and goals and set policy governing the capital program. For example, at the last board meeting, the board reviewed the system development policy, which is an update of the previously adopted system expansion policy. The board also receives public briefings on the capital program, such as the one we're providing today. We also periodically bring to the board for adoption a capital improvement program, or CIP, which lays out a long-range forecast of capital investments, sources of funds, and unfunded capital needs. In recent years, MTC has deferred the CIP during the pandemic, but we do plan to bring the CIP back to the board for adoption in the first half of calendar year 2023, in alignment with the capital budget. Just a few months ago, we shared with the board a new capital project status report that we will continue to share with the board. Finally, the board approves contract awards and change orders. Staff has been working on an improved executive decision document format that will provide the board with more information covering the life cycle of the contract and plans to bring a new format to the board for consideration before the board workshop. From the board's vision, goals, and policies, the executive team creates objectives and metrics for the capital program and provides regular oversight of the capital program as it is planned, developed, and delivered. Also reflecting the board's vision, goals, and policies, as well as the board-adopted legislative priorities, the executive team sets the funding strategy for the capital program. The executive team also leads interagency partnerships on project delivery and funding coordination. The staff is responsible for assessing the condition of BART assets and developing capital projects to address safety, reliability, and other objectives. Staff, of course, also manages and delivers capital projects, and staff is responsible for forecasting the capital program needs and sources and for implementing the funding strategy. The board is and will be engaged with the capital program prioritization at multiple touch points. The board-adopted strategic plan sets the overarching vision and goals. The board also periodically adopts policies related to the capital program and annually endorses legislative advocacy priorities, including those related to capital program funding. Starting at the next board workshop in early 2023, we will begin work with the board around the next set of capital priorities, looking out 5 to 10 years, as well as operating and capital priorities for a potential revenue measure. I already mentioned the capital improvement program, which we plan to bring to the board in 2023, and the improved format for contract and change order agenda items, which we will bring back before the board workshop. Turning to the capital project selection framework, you will recognize the staff process framework that we shared with the board a year ago. This slide highlights that board governance overarches the staff process. Board guidance, rather, overarches the staff process, particularly the strategic plan, board policy, and moving forward, any outputs from the board workshop. Board direction provided through the legislative advocacy priorities, the capital improvement program, revenue measure expenditure plans, and board agenda items will also be integrated iteratively. As we have previously shared with the board, the first step in the staff capital project selection process is to identify all unfunded or underfunded capital needs district-wide, including potential projects and gaps in active projects. In step 2, staff assesses the unfunded needs using capital project prioritization criteria. This slide demonstrates how the capital project prioritization criteria listed across the top of the graphic links back to the strategic plan goals that the board has set, delineated along the left side of the graphic. This is a snapshot of the tool that staff uses to apply the criteria to the capital needs. Don't worry, your eyes are working just fine. We've provided this snapshot for illustrative purposes and deliberately blurred out all the detail. The colored section in the middle of the graphic is where staff apply the criteria, which are arrayed across the top, to the capital needs, which are listed along the left. Red means that the project is extremely significant relative to the criteria. Orange denotes very significant, yellow significant, blue of limited significance, and green low or insignificant. As you can see, the criteria also have varying weights, with safety being the most heavily weighted criterion. Staff also applies a time criticality factor before calculating the project rank. The board will also remember this slide from our presentation in June of 2021. Because BART has multiple project development and project delivery executive offices, it is important that we ensure a consistent application of the criteria across the district. Step 4 is where staff maps the scored projects to potential funding opportunities. This complicated graphic is meant to illustrate, by using the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program as an example, the many factors that we must consider when determining which project to advance for a grant. Our objective is to apply for the highest priority project that will be competitive for a grant opportunity. In some cases, we may bundle high priority projects with lower priority but more competitive projects to improve BART's chance of securing funding for critical needs. A good example of this is the $49 million TIRCP grant that BART secured for transit-oriented development-related improvements at 3 BART stations. As part of that application, we were able to secure funds for an uninterruptible power supply at Lake Merritt Station, a high operational priority. Slide 9 shows a snapshot of the tool that we've developed to map projects to funding opportunities. And again, we have blurred out the detail and just provided this for illustrative purposes. This slide highlights a sample of the funding opportunities we are pursuing or plan to pursue in fiscal year 23. This slide includes a lot of acronyms, so we've provided a key on the next slide. Many of the funding sources listed come out of the bipartisan infrastructure law enacted by Congress earlier in 2023, or from the FY23 state budget surplus. This slide reprises step 5, the district selection principles, which we shared with the board previously. In determining which projects to pursue for funding opportunities, we consider how to optimize the probability of securing funding and may prioritize closing funding gaps on critical projects that are underway. In some cases, where the criteria and requirements of the funding source are flexible, we may choose to advance programs or projects that have typically been difficult to fund. A good example is maintenance facilities, which generally do not compete well for most grant programs. Finally, we also consider programmatic balance to ensure that there is some room to fund needs that address various district objectives. Let me now turn to our plan to deepen board engagement in capital project prioritization. At the last board meeting, the board considered the system development policy, which will guide how BART considers extension and infill projects. The legislative advocacy priorities will be before the board for adoption in December. At the board workshop in early 2023, we will begin a discussion with the board about operating and capital priorities for a potential revenue measure, as well as longer-term capital program priorities. Because major funding priorities take years to fully fund, and it is really important to stay the course on existing commitments like the core capacity program, we will be looking at priorities beginning in 5 to 10 years. Also in 2023, the board will adopt the CIP, which will incorporate these initial discussions. I also want to note for the board and for the public that the October 27th board meeting will take place in person at the Hayward Maintenance Complex. This will be an opportunity to highlight some of BART's major capital projects that are completed, underway, and planned, including our Fleet of the Future procurement and our core capacity program. Over the years, the board has adopted many policies related to the capital program. This slide provides some examples, such as the environmental justice policy and the asset management policy. And these policies all inform the capital project prioritization process. The legislative advocacy priorities adopted annually by the board guide the activities of board, staff, and advocates to influence funding programs and seek support for BART capital needs. In calendar year 2022, BART advocated for language in the fiscal year 23 federal appropriations bill to authorize supplemental funding for capital investment grant projects with existing grant agreements, such as BART's Transbay Corridor Core Capacity Project. This language has been included in the House bill, but not yet in the Senate version, and reconciliation will determine whether the language is included in the final bill. The fiscal year 22 federal appropriations bill included $2 million for BART's Next Generation Fairgates project, thanks to Senator Feinstein's sponsorship. BART also collaborated with MTC and Bay Area operators to successfully secure additional funding for transit in the fiscal year 23 state budget. In addition to the around $1 billion of funding for projects outside of Los Angeles with existing state or federal commitments, the state budget also includes funding for specific BART projects in Berkeley and El Cerrito. I've already mentioned the long-range capital project prioritization work that we plan to begin with the board at the fiscal year 23 board workshop. At the workshop, we also plan to share information about the funding status of existing major and/or active capital projects, including an assessment of funding risk. Currently, we estimate that the unfunded major capital needs and at-risk funding total more than $2.5 billion today, not including ongoing state of good repair needs estimated at around $1 billion per year. Recent BART CIP updates, as I've noted, have been deferred by MTC due to the pandemic, but we do plan to bring a CIP update to the board later this fiscal year aligned with the budget process. In addition to a constrained capital program with existing and planned capital projects linked to a reasonable funding forecast, the CIP will include a summary of priority unfunded needs. Regional discussions, as you're aware, have begun around a potential funding measure. As part of this discussion, operators like BART will need to clearly articulate their operating and capital priorities for such a measure, should it advance. We plan to discuss this further with the board at the board workshop. It is important to note that the timing of a revenue measure may not meet BART's operating financial needs before we've exhausted the federal operating subsidy. MTC acknowledges the need to advocate for potential state funding to bridge the operating financial gap for BART and some other operators in the region. When Sylvia and I presented to the board in May, we promised to come back to the board with additional information about MTC's major project advancement policy. The overall objective of MTC's policy is to prioritize major projects across the region for federal, state, and regional discretionary grant programs, and will involve MTC endorsement and sequencing strategies. Consistent with MTC's criteria, BART submitted 6 major projects and programs, including the Fleet of the Future Maintenance Facility, the Core Capacity Program, a planned seismic retrofit of the Caldecott Tunnel, the Electrical Mechanical Rehabilitation Program, Link 21, and a Station Modernization and Transit-Oriented Development Program. Yesterday, MTC's Program and Allocations Committee approved a recommended major project advancement policy, including a project endorsement list and TIRCP framework, which will be considered by the MTC Commission at the end of this month. The MAP project endorsement list and TIRCP framework include BART's Transbay Corridor Core Capacity Project and facilities, which includes the Fleet of the Future Maintenance Facility. Other Plan B area projects, including the other projects that BART submitted, like Link 21, can still receive an MTC endorsement for a TIRCP application up to $25 million. Again, this will be back before the MTC Commission at the end of the month for further discussion. And again, appreciation to President Saltzman and Vice President Lee for their comments yesterday, as well as our labor partners. Looking ahead, BART will continue its funding advocacy at the regional, state, and federal levels, including ongoing engagement in regional transportation funding measure discussions. The MAP and TIRC framework will be considered by the full MTC Commission at its October 26th meeting, and the endorsement list and framework will be updated periodically. In December, staff will bring legislative advocacy priorities to the board for adoption, and we'll be back in early 2023 at the board workshop with a deeper engagement of the board about long-range capital program priorities and operating and capital priorities for a transportation revenue measure. And we'll bring a CIP update to the board later in the fiscal year that incorporates the discussion at the workshop. That concludes my remarks, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Priya. A wonderful presentation. It's very complex, very difficult problems we're facing right now. I would like to go to our public speakers. We have one. Let me see here. Oh, that's Janice, sorry. Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, I did not receive any speaker cards, Director Ames, but I do see one hand on Zoom.
Oh, thank you.
So we'll go now to Alita. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Liz Ames. Alita Dupree, for the record, she and her, this is important. And capital program is very important, and I talk about not just here, but in other systems as well, especially in New York. And I think that our overriding principle with capital should be about how do these projects most help the people. It's often the things that are not yet seen. But I didn't discover the idea of things not yet seen at a BART meeting, but it goes back to 1978 when I heard Jerry Rafferty's song Right Down the Line, and I was reminded of railroading, but yet it spoke of things I have not yet seen. 2 years later, I found myself in Grand Central Terminal in New York City for the first time. So I like visible things such as new train cars, doing some painting and cleaning, message boards. And millions of people come to Grand Central Terminal, which is a legendary and stately historic building in the heart of New York City. But few give thought to the main purpose of that famous railroad station, which is the trains. And unless you enjoy train spotting like me, most aren't going to see the platforms and the tracks or even look out the front window. But it is those things that are not seen that impact us the most, such as the mention before about the power problem in the Transbay Tube. And that has happened on occasion in New York, in the Hudson River tunnels that lead to Pennsylvania Station, which itself is going through a rebuilding, but the work on the tunnels has not yet commenced. And other issues with dropped power lines in the Northeast Corridor, etc. So how do we get excited about the things that we don't see, such as fixing the cables and ensuring that the power is reliable and that the wheels stay on the trains and train control does what it's supposed to do? Because really, most people, when they ride trains, unless they like train spotting like me, just want to get in their seat and get to the other side. So what I look for in BART goes back to 1978, where I simply say, I want to get right down the line, leave Grand Central Terminal, go through the Park Avenue Tunnel and into the light. I ask that anything that we do in capital reflect the basic idea that BART is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree. Any other public speakers?
I don't see
Secretary?
any additional hands raised.
Thank you. So we're going to go to the board, and I see here Vice President Janice Lee.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ames. So just really, I don't even know if it's a question, but really just one major comment here. So as always, I really appreciate this work. I'm by far most excited by slide 10 that gives all the different potential funding sources, because it gives me hope that there are these potential sources that match our just endless, countless capital needs. So Priya, as you know, in that slide, capital programs take years to fully fund, and then, you pass over Sylvia and her team, and then it takes years to actually deliver on those projects. And it can sometimes feel, I remember Measure R and all those Measure R presentations we've gone before this board. It can feel a bit theoretical sometimes, those projects, because they're so big, and the impact is not like, we installed a new fare gate. It's like, we're working on replacing this cable through our entire system. And it's not stuff that our riders see, but we know that the slowness of how long things take isn't really theoretical. I think Alita really talked about it quite a bit in her comment. It shows up in our aging infrastructure when we have a train car failure, or our train control system throws an error, or our power system has a bad day. And the end result is that our riders face delays. And I don't need to laundry list the rough times we've had over the last few months. We're all very aware, and especially you, GM Powers, have been giving a lot of updates. So we're aware of, what that aging infrastructure looks like for our riders, for all of us on a daily basis. So one suggestion I have is to really better understand what the rider impact looks like as these capital programs actually get funded and those dollars get implemented in our upgrades and state of good repair work. Truthfully, I have no idea how you're going to do that, but I tell you to do things and you always work magic and produce some infographic. You can produce a new metric to help us better understand. But it's like, at what point will we get to a point that system-wide mechanical failures become rare or almost never occur? Or, how much of our core capacity program needs to be funded and then implemented for major delays to be a thing of the past? Because I think we keep saying, and it is absolutely true, that is our aging infrastructure, but as we are finally, moving forward, Measure R dollars, or hopefully we'll get this core capacity funding, we've got to make sure our riders really understand and can see and feel those impacts if they're not literally, in the tunnel seeing, our power cables getting replaced, So I'll leave it to you to figure this out. But I think as we can make our capital program feel really real for our riders, and really particularly for the key folks who make decisions like MTC commissioners or state legislators, I think the more we'll be able to really make our case and access the funding that you've outlined on slide 10. I will just say, as like there were commenters calling in at MTC's PAC meeting yesterday, it felt like, you know, we're asking for so much and there's so many other people asking for so much. And we had to all fit our comments into 1 minute. And I'm like, we have so many reasons why you need to fund core capacity program. And again, like as much as we can say, like, listen, if you give us this, those failures become more and more rare. You know, if we can get to this point in our core capacity program, this is what's going to look like every day for your constituents, for the Bay Area, et cetera. It'll just be so much more compelling. So that's my comment. But I really thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Challenge accepted. We'll think on that.
Thank you, Vice President Lee. That was great comments. Now we have Director Robert Rayburn.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ames. I concur with Alita's comments about how do the projects affect the people. And as well, I concur with Director Lee's comments that drill down on that. I would like to turn to page 20 of the report, where at the bottom of that list of projects that we put before the MTC for inclusion in the MAP program, it says additional. And under additional is our transit-oriented development, as well as the very critical station mods. These are both passenger-facing aspects that I feel are essential for the BART's sustainability in the long term. And we need to make the case for these items and that they be eligible for the TIRSIP funds, as the Lake Merritt project exemplifies, that there is a nexus between these big capital projects with our power supply that has to be relocated in order to develop part of that parcel. These are things that I feel are baked into the pie, but we need to be explicit with our partners at the MTC and make the case. So I hope, I'm asking Priya if you feel that the TIRSIP program will continue to make station mods and transit-oriented development eligible for those funds?
Well, I think we successfully made the case this year, and that's why we were the first to get an award for this type of project through the TIRCP program. I'm really proud of that. I do think, you know, in the TIRCP framework that the MTC PAC committee is recommending to the board does include really a focus on major capital projects. That being said, I think they've indicated that the policy also provides some room for endorsements for projects up to $25 million. So I think there will be room moving forward to continue to advance these projects as they come along.
Right. My intention would not be to belittle projects like the core capacity in any way, shape, or form, but I feel that we need to make sure that projects like the station mods and the transit-oriented development are moving forward on a parallel track. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have President Rebecca Saltzman.
Thank you. Really appreciate this presentation and kind of all the level of detail and sort of sharing what kind of happens in your offices every day, but that the public doesn't necessarily see about kind of how decisions are made. I'd like to see that whole process be transparent, even with the fuzzy chart. I agree with Vice President Lee's comments, and I was thinking during that MTC committee meeting yesterday that we're probably overdue for kind of going back out to the public and our key stakeholders to update them about the importance of some of the work we're doing. You know, we did such a big campaign leading up to Measure RR. We had, you know, hundreds of community meetings and I don't know how many individual stakeholder meetings, because it takes a long time for people to kind of wrap their head around these projects. It's not like the other projects we heard spoken about yesterday, like BART to San Jose and Valley Link. Like those are all very clear. You can just say what they are, people get it, why they think they're good or not. But you say core capacity, nobody knows what that is. You say that the new train cars are in there, they probably get that. They probably don't really understand why train control is so important. So I think with the pandemic and just how much time it's been since we did that big campaign, that education campaign before RR, I think we're really overdue. I know initially we were planning to do kind of big outreach this summer and it hasn't happened. So what is the plan on that?
So Director Saltzman, you're kind of thinking the way, and I talked to Rod Lee, AGM of External Affairs, about gearing up again and getting back out there, you know, with people from the executive staff and then excuse me, and then members of the board, you know, at certain groups and doing exactly what you just articulated there. So let us put a program together and a schedule, you know, and we start that, you know, this is the middle of October. We got a couple more things going, the holidays, but you know what, the discussions I've had with Rod on it, you know, to try to get into full swing, you know, early in the next calendar year and get out there and start making our cases. And Janice, Director Lee, good comments. And I've been thinking about your comments and what you just said there about what this and how we can articulate, you know, what this means to the rider. So, you know, what your comments and what President Saltzman's, you know, they're intertwined, right? You know, you can't hardly do one without the other. So, President Saltzman, we'll do that. We'll come and we'll put a plan together and a schedule for you together. And Janice, to your point, you know, we'll figure out a way to communicate what the impact of this capital project A means to the riders, how it improves their experience in the BART system. So very, very thoughtful comments from the board on this topic so far. So I appreciate that.
And then just finally, I'm looking forward to the board workshop when we have an opportunity to kind of step back and look at the myriad of capital needs out there and really step back and see if any reprioritization needs to happen. And I'd like more touch points with the board on that to see what we're leaving out, what other ideas are out there. And if things are shifting, our riders are shifting, some things are always going to be important. Like we always need trains, but you know, different parts of our system might become a more urgent need. And we don't have a lot of opportunities at the board level to step back. We kind of have the opportunity on each project to say, yes, this is good, but not to weigh in on, well, this is good, but is this other thing more important? So I know that is part of the plan for the board workshop, and I hope that will be an ongoing process. Thank you.
Thank you, President Saltzman. We've got Director Deborah Allen on the line for comments.
Hi there. Yes, thank you. So first I want to thank staff for the presentation because I think this is, we're making some progress that we're actually getting these presentations. We've now seen a couple of them. But unfortunately, to date, and including the presentation today, we continue to see PowerPoint presentations with, frankly, really beautiful graphics and good statements about what staff is intending to do and broad concepts, but the details are missing. So I want to go through a couple of the slides and just point out a couple of things if you can actually bring those back up. And the first one is slide 1. So I'm not sure. So I'm not seeing it, but is it up on the screen?
We're in the process of bringing it up at the moment, Director Allen.
Okay.
Hang on, Director Allen. We're working on some technical challenges here. Stand by.
Okay.
My apologies for the delay. I am now sharing the presentation.
Okay. So I'm going to look at this on my own screen because I'm having trouble seeing yours. But so on slide 1, I think there really is a fundamental flaw in this structure that you've outlined here. And here's why. Under the executive, which I assume this means executive management in the middle, in that box, you have the capital program implementation oversight and the objectives and metrics, the program funding strategy, and the interagency project delivery and funding coordination. But on the board level, we have, let's see, the board has vision, goals, policy, the board has briefings and public engagement, and capital improvement program adoption and capital contracts approval. But it's that oversight part in the second box that I believe is missing from the board. Really, this board has a fiduciary obligation to oversee all of the money being spent by this agency, including the $1.5 billion per year that is spent in capital projects. So I guess I would just, say that when we revisit this, our prioritization roles really need to be really further defined at the board level. And, I feel like a broken record over this because I've been saying it for 6 years that we have continuously not received enough detailed information about the capital program and the lists of projects and ongoing monitoring of how the money is spent and how those projects are doing. Are they over budget, under budget, and so on? That absolutely is the role of our staff and our executive management, but it also should be shared with us. And that's, for me, that's just a missing component there. When we go to the second part, I'm sorry, slide 2. Again, these are great graphics. The board sets goals, the board reviews capital needs, discusses prioritization. I think you've got this now slated for the board workshop, which I've been hearing for several years we would do at board workshops. But frankly, what we get at board workshops is usually somewhere around 30 minutes, maybe 60 minutes if an issue goes that long. And it is still high level overview. It is not a deep dive into, and frankly, just a list, a report is all that is needed here. A report that is given to this board on a regular basis, a rolling basis, every quarter at least, or every half of a year. It needs to be more than annually. So I then would go to slide 6 and even slide 9. So we could, actually just look at slide 9. And I think these are the two the two slides where our vision is fuzzy because the details of these slides have been blurred out. This is the information that should be shared with this board. How is staff planning to select priorities? And those priorities should be put before us before, staff actually makes the decision for us. And I feel like, what we continue to see here, I feel like it's really ironic that you've shown us all this detailed report and then you you chose not to give us the details. That's exactly what I have been asking for 6 years. You're telling us how you're making the decisions for us, but you aren't telling us what you're planning to decide or what you have decided, really, except in really large concepts with no details. So, we're planning to, BART has a financial problem, and not just on a capital needs side, which was always the case for the last 6 years. That was what we talked about. We now have an operating budget problem, and we are talking about returning to the taxpayers for more money just to keep BART operating, which frankly has never been the case in 50 years since BART was established. So I think the taxpayers are going to want more details on how the money is being prioritized, and not just the how of the process, but the how of the details. Show us what you have prioritized and why. And I know that for me, I could be totally on board for a tax measure if I felt like I was getting the details of how the money has been spent and how it is allocated and how we will make those priorities going forward. I think a really good example for me is we've spent several years now talking about the need to replace the fare gates. And what I heard here today is that $2 million was secured from the federal government for that project. And yet I know that lots and lots of other projects that probably are not as high of a priority as fare gates to the system have been, funding has been secured from state and federal and other sources for in much, much larger numbers. So $2 million for the fare gates, that's 2%. I guess, here, I'll just close with this. Look, I kind of feel like we're mushrooms on this board and we're kind of locked in a closet on this topic. And maybe the door is opening a little bit with this presentation. And I'm not saying this presentation is bad. I think it's more information than we've ever gotten, but it's not even close to enough. So you come to us with this program with no details once again, yet you're telling us about all the great things you're doing. And frankly, I would like to be shown all the great things we're doing and the details of that. So I hope when we get to the board workshop that somebody has actually developed a report, and those can be long reports. I mean, you don't have to present them in the board session. You could just send us those reports behind the scenes, and those reports could be made public on a website for the public to see. That's really what I'm looking for, and I'm saying to you, you have not met what I've been asking for 6 years. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Allen. Well, I would like staff to respond to those concerns, and I do appreciate my colleagues here with a resonating message that we do need to provide we need to basically address why those trains are stopping and with the projects related to infrastructure, where it's just the basic infrastructure projects that need to get completed. So the riders feel that we're maintaining the system properly. And I heard this from Vice President Lee, Miss Alita Dupree had brought this up. Riders want to see just a smooth running operation, and maybe these projects are not very detailed. As President Salzman said, people don't know what core capacity is. And these are projects that are often not funded through the federal or state programs. We usually use Measure RR for these basic infrastructure needs. And I wonder, to address all of the comments we heard today, could we get a list of projects that, on that slide 9, it showed a list of projects that we're working on. And I do agree that the study sessions that we have early next year, about an hour, half hour long, it's not really enough for a robust discussion on this important topic. So would staff be able to provide a list at the end of the year? Because I think at the end of the year, we're going to get an improved format of presentation of how we're linking our reporting to the projects that we're doing in the future. And we're going to get a legislative update. So I'm wondering if we can tie those two pieces together with a list of projects. And so we're prepared at the board workshop.
So thank you, Director Ames, and also thank you to Director Allen for her very constructive comments. So just a reminder that we did provide a fairly detailed report to the board last June by email, and I know that I think I resent it in advance of the September board meeting where we thought we'd be having this discussion. And then also, this is a process, we've been really candid with the board that, we're cycling through and escalating and amplifying the information that we're providing to the board. And Sylvia has a few words on some reports that she's been working on that we anticipate bringing to the board very soon. So I'll turn it to Sylvia.
Thank you, Pam, and Director Ames and Director Allen, and all the directors, actually. Most of you know that I'm very passionate about this topic. And as Pam said, we did send a report earlier in the year that gave per project, every single project, the status of the budget and multiple documents. And I understand the need for more frequent updates. And so our plan is to update that report and send it to the board in November. The other item that has been brought up many times as far as making decisions for the board decisions. So we will also provide an unfunded project report in November as well.
Well, thank you for reminding me. That was another pet peeve I had, is what are the projects that are not being funded that relate to reliability? And I do appreciate staff's work on the list of projects. We did receive that, and I just want to acknowledge that was a lot of work. I think that if we had more detail and somewhat of a prioritization of what staff thinks is important to improve reliability, that would help in our next issuance of this update. And it would be great if we could provide this to the public.
Yeah, understood and agreed.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to move on. Any other questions from the board? Seeing
I
that,
think
okay.
Director Ames.
Yes.
Yeah, it's Director Allen. And just one other comment with respect to that report that was sent to us last June. That kind of information needs to be in our hands on a regular basis, not just 2 or 3 days or a week before we're getting ready to approve our annual budget. This is an ongoing process where we should be updated regularly on this. And, just a point of clarification, the report we received, had project numbers, in many cases, descriptive names that frankly meant very little. And so to do that, to improve that process going forward, I think we sort of need a list of better descriptions of what these projects are to go along with the project numbers that are in that report. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. Yeah, it's really, I would like to see scope, schedule, and budget. I'm sure we're going to get there, and hopefully we can do something like that at our next submittal. Thank you. Oh, Sylvia's saying yes. Okay, thank you. So with that, we're going to go on to another informational item.
Director Ames?
Oh. Yes.
Vice Chair.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Director Rayburn.
Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to jump back in. Regarding oversight, of course, the Measure RR Oversight Committee does a deep dive into the majority of the capital projects that BART's involved in. And when I look again on that page 20 that includes the major elements of our capital program, there was only one of the projects on there that I haven't seen a recent update on, and that's the Caldecott Tunnel. And I recall going through a very lengthy process with the Earthquake Safety Committee, and they were involved in evaluating all the different options and helping guide the board on and staff on the decisions that are now being presented to us. So I would appreciate that we perhaps dust off some of those materials, bring them up to date, and bring them forward to the board on the Caldecott Tunnel, because I found it very compelling at the time that we moved forward, and I've been a bit disappointed not to see mention of it on a regular basis until this report. So I applaud that we're being given this information, but this is the one area that I feel I'm still a little bit in the dark on what the latest request would look like.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Great comment. Thank you. Oh,
Director
go ahead.
Beams? Yeah, it's Director Allen again. Just to further that, I think that's a good comment from Director Rayburn about the Caldecott project and getting an update. But just to clarify, the Measure RR Oversight Committee only has jurisdiction over things funded by Measure RR. That is not all of our projects. But in addition to that, that Oversight Committee is made up of volunteers who meet quarterly. And they do some good work on a large scale, but they meet quarterly and they review what is handed to them in kind of large numbers. Their reports are done in large numbers. So I don't think that this board should put all of its reliance in a volunteer quarterly oversight committee with respect to having full oversight over $1.5 billion spent per year. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Allen. Well, as you can see, we're very interested in priorities and what projects we're going to be working on in the future. So we've got a long-term revenue model potential given our financial condition, and we also are going to look at our short-term gap funding strategies next. And that's item 8B, operating financial outlook update and Metropolitan Transportation Commission 2022 reimagined short-range transit plan draft. With that, I'll turn it over to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ames. While the presentation's pulled up, I'll just let you know, remind everybody that this next item is an information item. It's an update to our operating financial outlook, and it introduces a draft presentation of MTC's reimagined short-range transit plan, also known as the SRTP. So we will be back to see you in December with a final version of the SRTP for board review and consideration and action. And today, Mike Eisman, Director of Financial Planning, will walk us through the presentation. And give us a minute while we pull it up.
Yep, the presentation is ready to be displayed.
Thanks, Pam, and good morning, board members. Mike Eisman here from Financial Planning. We'll start here. So you will recall that the typical traditional short-range transit plan covers a 10-year period. It reflects our budget and our expense forecasts, and includes the full cost of our planned service and identifies funding shortfalls. That plan was last published in 2019, and it's not required this year by MTC. Instead, they've asked us to develop what they've called a reimagined short-range transit plan. And that plan covers 5 years. It has 3 specified revenue scenarios developed by MTC. And for BART, it effectively tests the question of whether we could achieve fiscal stability through service cuts. And the board, in order to meet commission guidelines, must adopt a final version of that plan by December of this year. So in this presentation, we'll start off with our 10-year operating financial outlook, and that's in lieu of a traditional short-range transit plan. And we'll cover all the typical metrics that we report out to this board on. And then we'll move on to a summary of the draft reimagined short-range transit plan, which is currently in administrative draft form. Again, we'll come back to request adoption in December. So beginning with the 10-year financial outlook, we'll begin with ridership. So this is a new format for reporting on ridership. And you can see this basically covers 4.5 years worth of ridership on a monthly basis with a 7-day rolling average to reflect seasonal variation. So on the top there with the gold line, you can see our typical pre-pandemic ridership level with all the seasonal variations. And then the blue lines are 3 years worth of pandemic recovery. And what that really demonstrates is, a lot of ups and downs, but the big picture trend is very slowly upward, and that trend has continued in recent weeks. So this is a different way of looking at ridership. It should be familiar. In the orange line, you can see our actual ridership, and then the dotted blue line is our budgeted ridership recovery over the 2-year budget period, and the gray area is our is the gap between our upside and downside scenarios. We did have ridership was a bit below budget this summer, but has recovered to just almost exactly on budget in September. For the year, we're 3% below budget for ridership. This is should be a familiar graphic now showing our long-term ridership recovery scenarios in the blue lines, the assumptions that underlie our upside, base case, and downside scenarios. We have a range of recovery from 60 to 80% of pre-pandemic expectations by 2027, with the base case at the midpoint of that range. This graphic illustrates sales tax projections. This is consistent with what we looked at during the budget process. You'll recall that sales tax revenues dipped meaningfully during the 20 and 21, but have snapped back to the pre-pandemic trend line already. And we're forecasting slower growth over the next couple of years, but a return to long-run growth rates that we've seen in the district's history. And our upside and downside scenarios do reflect the range of uncertainty shown here. So this is a big table of assumptions that are going into the forecast. I'll just highlight a couple of important ones. One is we are including the assumption of current service levels through FY27, and then the core capacity commitments kicking in a phased way in fiscal 28 and fiscal 30. We do have a change here in our assumption about the start date for Silicon Valley Phase 2. In July of 2021, the FTA recommended an estimated fiscal 34 start date. And a new revenue service start date is under development by BTA in coordination with FTA, but we're going with 34 for now, which moves it outside of the period of this forecast. And then I'll just note that we're continuing to assume committed capital allocations in the forecast. So this graphic illustrates our 3 scenarios in the operating net result by year over the 10-year period. You can see sort of starting at the left side of the graphic, all 3 scenarios are balanced using our remaining federal funding through this 2-year budget period. And then the base case scenario, we start to show significant deficits beginning just after the end of this 2-year budget period in July of the last month of federal funding would be July of 2025. And then from there, we show deficits between 150 and 200 million a year. And then in the downside scenario, we reach the end of our federal funding in January 2025, and deficits range as high as 300 million per year. So this is another familiar visualization. This is the runway for our federal assistance in the drawdown. You'll recall a total of 1.6 billion in federal funds awarded. We've spent about half of that to date through September, and half remains. So again, in the base case here, we have run out of federal funds at the end of August 2025, and in the downside, that's January of 2025. This table just shows a little bit more of the detail on our base case forecast. Up there in the top section of the table, you can see revenues, regular revenues, operating revenue, and financial assistance. The middle of the table, uses, including expense, debt service, and allocations. And then in the middle of the table there in red, that's our operating net result before federal assistance. And you can see large deficits throughout the forecast period. They do decline somewhat through fiscal 27, and then increase a bit again with the addition of the expense of core capacity associated service. And then you can see that the federal assistance sustains operations in this base case forecast through fiscal 25, and thereafter we will need to seek additional sources to sustain this level of service. So this table just summarizes the 10-year totals for these numbers for all 3 scenarios. So uses for all three scenarios at $12 billion. Regular revenues between 8.8 and 10.9 billion. And that puts us with a operating net result before federal assistance. Our deficits ranging from 9 to 26%, depending on the revenue recovery. And then federal assistance, just under $1 billion of remaining federal assistance, does reduce those deficits meaningfully, but leaves significant gaps. So just to bring up again this familiar range of scenarios that staff is pursuing in the interest of fiscal stability. Of course, maximizing ridership recovery, managing expense, and securing new revenue. All very important. I just want to highlight the central role that securing new revenue will play, and we'll speak about that in a few moments, a little bit more. So that concludes the section of the presentation updating our fiscal outlook based on BART's typical reporting framework. And from there, I just want to shift into this explaining a bit about MTC's reimagined short-range transit plan. And again, the way I think this is most applicable to BART is it's a way of testing a little more rigorously the question of whether we could cut service to get to fiscal stability. So this table just outlines the differences between the traditional SRTP and the reimagined one. So the priority really for the reimagined short-range transit plan is a consistent regional set of scenarios that could be the basis for funding advocacy by MTC. So the planning horizon is 5 years. There are 3 scenarios where the MTC has set the revenue expectations in each scenario. And then what we've been asked to do is provide the service we could deliver at that expected level of revenue. So these are the names and definitions of the 3 scenarios. So the first one is called robust recovery. In that scenario, revenue returns to 100% of pre-pandemic levels. We think that's not a feasible outcome without a new revenue source. Next is the some progress scenario. Total revenue across all sources returns to 15% below pre-pandemic levels. And then the fewer rider scenario is the stagnant fare box recovery while other revenues recover. So just to give a sense of scale of where those land us, added some numbers on this slide to compare to the expense of current service, maintaining current service. So robust recovery, we think we could roughly balance and still provide current service. Some progress, current service results in a deficit of 125 million a year, and fewer riders were a deficit ranging above 230 million per year. So this slide just sort of lists out the methodology that we went through to assess those scenarios at MTC's request. I'll just say this was principally a model-based exercise. It doesn't include the fully built-out service schedules and staffing plans we would have for our wheel service plans. So this is a table that summarizes the conclusions, and I'll just walk you through the parts of it. So the 3 rows here show each of the 3 scenarios. And I'll start with robust recovery at the top. So car miles, our current service level is about 94 million car miles a year. That's shown in the orange bar. On the blue bar, just under 800 million in operating expense as defined by National Transit Database reporting standards, which is a little bit different from what you see represented in our own budget documents. And then ridership, what's shown there is that we think the capacity of that service level is about 125 million annual trips, or just a little more than we had in 2019. So for comparison, the some progress scenario, you can see we are going all the way down to 34 million car miles, a 65% reduction. Operating expense comes in as specified in the scenario, just under 700 million. And then the ridership demand, you can see in the gray bar there, we show served trips, but we're also showing in red, 17 million annual unserved trips. These are folks who couldn't get on the trains because there's not enough capacity, even at crush load. And as a result, we think there'd be another over 70 million of additional revenue losses triggered by this low level of service. And then the fewer rider scenario at the bottom, to get under $600 million of annual operating expense, you can see there, we'd have to cut all the way down to just 15 million annual car miles. And as a result, we'd be leaving 27 million annual trips unserved with additional revenue losses of over $120 million. So this is just a new kind of visualization we're using to show what those service scenarios might look like to riders. So on the left, robust recovery, that's our current service level. And so you see each day of the week and then the times of day. So, and each dot on the graphic represents a train dispatch. So compared to some progress scenario in the middle, we're showing much reduced service there. 9 p.m. close, 3 route, 30-minute headways. That's 65% less service for our riders. And on the fewer riders, truly minimal service is all that's possible. 9 p.m. close, 3 routes, 60-minute headways, 9 station closures. Not a level of service that would meet the needs of the region or BART riders. So why do service cuts result in such little savings? We've discussed before, the cost structure of rail, high fixed costs and low marginal costs. In our model, at least, it's about 36% of the costs are directly responsive to changes in service level. I'll say that with these low levels of service we're contemplating here, the cost structure gets even more rigid. And just as an example, power is typically quite responsive to changes in service levels, but the fixed cost components of our power budget become a much bigger part of the total as we get down to lower service levels. So these are a set of graphics that illustrate the capacity analysis I mentioned. We used a service capacity model to estimate whether these service scenarios could serve the level of demand assumed by the revenue scenario. And you can see where some progress scenario on the left, fewer riders scenario on the right, unserved trips ranging from 17 to 27 million, and revenue impacts ranging from 70 to 120 million per year. So just in summary, could service reductions offer us a path to fiscal sustainability? This analysis says no, suggests no, that it can't. Service reductions don't save proportional amounts of expense. The cuts that we're talking about here result in really minimal service levels. It's not going to meet BART's expectations for the region's expectations for BART, as also would result in ridership and revenue losses. That dynamic is familiar in the industry and is typically referred to as a death spiral. That brings us back to, just sort of reinforces the conclusion that sustaining BART service after federal funding will require a new revenue model. So I'll conclude here with some high priority actions. I'll just say, as we think about how to move forward, we want to emphasize to all stakeholders that BART remains essential to the region for providing equitable and affordable mobility, reducing VMT and emissions, powering the economy, providing critical transportation system capacity, and of course, serving as the backbone of the regional transit network that connects 24 other local operators together. There'll be opportunities to talk in a lot more detail about the advocacy strategy here, but I'll just, at a high level, wanted to summarize a two-part strategy that we're working on with our regional partners. The first is to address near-term or gap funding. We're looking to advance a request for multi-year state operating funding. BART staff will be collaborating with MTC and other regional operators as a coalition to advance a proposal. And then for a long-term revenue model, staff are continuing to work to advance revenue measure options. And at this time, that includes both supporting MTC efforts to develop a regional measure and assessing other options, including the fact that BART has the authority to propose a measure in our own 3-county district. We're also, as staff, assessing options for a measure in our 5-county service area. So two critical conditions on any measure. First, likely in all cases to require authorizing legislation. And then any measure, of course, will require significant public engagement. So just slightly more broadly here to close, priority actions in the near term, working to further extend our operating runway through the fiscal 24-25 budget process. Continuing at all parts of the district to work to improve service quality and customer experience. Continuing at the regional scale to advance our regional transit transformation action plan initiatives with our partners. And then working to advance revenue opportunities through this two-part strategy. So that concludes the presentation, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mike. Very sobering news, and I look forward to hearing from my colleagues and the public. With that, I'm going to see here. Do we have one? Oh. Do we have a public speaker?
Yes, I didn't receive any speaker cards, Director Ames, but I do have 2 hands raised on Zoom. Carter, please go ahead.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, my name is Carter Lavin. I'm with the Trans Bay Coalition. And I was calling in to support the staff proposal. BART is an essential service, and frankly, we cannot conserve our way to greatness. We cannot cut service and think that everything's going to be okay. BART is not only essential to keeping our economy growing in this region, it is an essential part to the success of our large businesses and small businesses, equity access, and the public will fund. The state should be funding. I strongly support the staff recommendation to seek outside source of funding. However, BART also is a massive landowner. We have a gigantic housing crisis in California, and BART is sitting on a lot of property that it can make a wide range of revenue, fill a lot of these gaps, and I strongly urge that the organization both pursue developing as much of that land for increasing both ridership potential, but also for helping fill these financial gaps. There's lots of different ways BART can do this. There's the Orinda properties, Walnut Creek, all sorts of places. There's a lot of parking lots that are not being used. They could be torn down and made into housing, and there's so much revenue, there's so much money just sitting, just basically sitting around for BART to pick up. So I'm strongly encourage adopting the staff proposal. I strongly encourage you all really taking a look at the amazing assets that BART has available, and recognizing that the people across the Bay Area depend on BART all the time. And so when we say, let's take this to the voters, be bold, voters want this. San Jose has been desperately trying to get BART in. This is a time to go a lot bigger. And so I really appreciate the work that staff has put into this. I recognize that this is a scary time for the organization, but there's a lot of solutions through this. And cutting services is anti-solutions. Cutting services is going to just shut BART down. And frankly, we should be making this more reliable, more accessible, and developing properties so more and more and more people can use it. So I have realized I have another 30 seconds. I'll save that, but thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. District Secretary, do we have another caller?
Yes, we do. Adina, please go ahead.
All right. Good morning, board members. Adina Levin with Seamless Bay Area, and like the previous caller, wanted to, endorse the concerns that BART is, the backbone of our regional transit system, and BART is absolutely essential to provide equitable mobility for people, to keep going on our climate strategies for housing and land use, to make sure that our highways are not totally congested. It's just really essential. And so wanted to strongly support the recommendations that staff was putting forward, starting with moving, keeping and improving the reliability of service, working on improving service, having more connected service with the Transit Transformation Action Plan to make transit work for more people trying to go more places. And then in moving on revenue, partnering with MTC and the region's agencies in seeking state fiscal bridge funding in the near term. A unified approach there is really needed to have all of the institutions working together on that, while at the same time leading the groundwork for a potential regional funding measure. These concerns, this scary information is clear to everyone on the BART board, and it's clear to people in the transit advocacy community, but the broader public does not know this. And, many leaders in Sacramento do not know this. And so part of the need here is to do the communication so more people see that this is a potential major risk. And there are expectations that people have for what our region's transportation system and what our region's places are like that are at risk, and that people will come around to support if they knew. So there's a major communications need. At the Rider First Awards, which was the celebration of the culmination of Transit Month, last weekend, Senator Wiener spoke up really clearly about the transit fiscal cliff and the need for operating funding. A few key leaders get it. Many more leaders and the public needs to get it. So thank you for working on this strategy.
Thank you, Adina. Great comments. Are there any other public speakers?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
Okay, thank you. So I'll turn this to the board. We've got Vice President Janice Lee.
Thank you, Vice Chair Liz Ames. All right, some thoughts here. I won't change that. I really appreciate that staff is bringing this presentation to us, because for however long we are on the board, this will ultimately be our legacy. Will we have done everything we could possibly do, and did we provide the leadership as board members needed to keep BART not just surviving, but thriving? And will we have figured out the funding sources to make our visions of being a world-class system a reality? This is our legacy. We're doing a bunch of other stuff, but if BART can't remain solvent, cool, we'll have a new train control system someday in the future for a system that was unable to remain solvent. So the outlook isn't great, but we've known that for a long time. It's why I spent time with Directors Duffy and Simon in getting every drop of Measure L funds as possible, why I called into MTC yesterday, as we talked about, why I attended SFCTA board and CAC meetings, and getting OBAG fundings for fare gates. The list goes on, but we know clearly, and I appreciate how clear this point is made in the presentation, we need new sustainable operating funds. So slides 1 to 14, it's not new, but we need these reminders regularly about how our fiscal outlook looks. And I appreciate how clear you all are that we cannot cut our way to solvency. We knew that before, but again, I appreciate how clear that point is made. For me, I sort of sum this all up as, okay, this sucks, but what are we going to do about it? And so while Measure L and OBAG and TIRCP and all those acronyms will help, I really feel like I'm very concerned that I feel like we are behind on figuring out what the big solution or the big solutions are. We know it's likely going to be a new transportation revenue measure that will need state authorization. It'll likely be a mix of some Bay Area transit agencies working together. It'll likely be big moves at the state level to look at how to significantly rejigger formula funds for transportation and transit, perhaps looking at how we can use cap and trade money and other big sources to fund public transit operations. And a part of me sort of imagines, what if we had a Prop 30 income tax that was funding public transit rather than EV transition? But we know that those are going to be the big moves, the big solutions that are going to get us there. And I know how hard BART staff works. I know how much our labor partners are doing, especially in Sacramento, but I just feel really, really behind the ball on this. And sure, we can point to MTC or state legislators or who knows to lead, but for me, it's not about pointing fingers at this point. It's about how we as BART step up and get on the path to making those solutions real. So Bob, once again, I am asking you to step up and, for BART to be that regional, that statewide national leader on this again. We did it early in the pandemic, and that led to, truthfully, system saving and transit saving federal funds that have allowed us and so many transit operators to stay solvent. So while I appreciate this presentation, we need a lot more detailed follow-ups. I know it's not going to be only in this board space. I know there'll be additional briefings, there'll be additional visits, there'll be all of us pulling together and doing the work, but I want the analysis for what these options are. With so many members of the state legislature turning over and the likely need for state legislation to move us forward, we need to have a plan ready for the next legislative cycle that hits in January. I want the work plan of what this looks like. I envision we have to probably build a coalition with LA and leverage our power jointly to make a difference in Sacramento. I also want to know what's possible in the region, either in the 24 ballot or 26 ballot. I think we've talked very theoretically, but as a transportation advocate, in a previous life with the previous hat on, I remember after the failures of Props J and K in San Francisco in 2016, we're like, okay, we're going to work on something for the 2018 ballot. Okay, that didn't roll around. Then 2020, we're going to do, faster Bay Area, all those conversations, and pandemic hit. All right, not 2022. And now I'm hearing not 2024, but because that's going to be housing, but maybe 2026 for transportation. We've been in this conversation of, needing to push for something for so long. So for the 24 or 26 ballot, can we get to a 9-county measure that supports all 27 operators, and what would that expenditure plan look like? If not, what are the options possible for a 3 or 5-county measure to cover at least where BART travels, and what are the other transit operators that are ready to go in with us, who have fiscal cliffs that match somewhat of what we are facing here? So Bob, I look forward to working with you, with Pam and Rod, and with my board colleagues and the rest of our team to putting together a work plan that really urgently, gets a plan together in advance of the start of the state legislative cycle. And let's just really keep this topic of how we fund our future top of mind. I mean, we have allies, I think, as Adina and Carter mentioned, but we need more, and we need to do this work now. I know there's stuff happening on the ground, but I'm feeling very behind. So I hope you can feel that urgency too, and I look forward to working with you all on this.
Thank you, Vice President Lee. Does staff want to talk about the 2024-2026 measure, or should we just continue on with the board comments?
Continue on with the board comments,
okay.
Please.
Okay, with that, I'll turn over to Director Robert Rayburn.
Thank you, Vice Chair Ames, and I concur heartily with Director or Vice President Lee. There's not much that can be added to the comments that she made. I also concur with the prospect that we cannot cut our way out of this downward spiral. It's very clear that those cuts would result in further revenue losses to the tune of over $77 million at a minimum. The page 11 of the presentation includes a table with the outlook of our budget. And it's very clear that in fiscal year 26, we will need some new revenue. And I want to say, first and foremost, I'm all in on going after that. This will be like our Measure RR in that I think a lot more is on the line than was on the line with Measure RR. And I feel that we're not only going to need to all be all in and advocate for this, but we're also going to need to advocate for that state funding to tide us over until we're able to get secure any new revenue source. At this stage, I think everything's incredibly preliminary. There are a number of questions that could be asked about other potentially competing measures, polling, whether we will be 3 or 5 counties, And how it will even, I heard 9, yes, how it will even be initiated, and could it be initiated by the voters in each county to move something forward. I like that idea in concept. I also am appreciative of the public speakers' comments and their support of BART as the backbone of our system, and that we are the essential element that will help deliver and stop climate change. It has to happen. There's no way that we can allow BART to languish. So thank you, Vice President Lee, for your strenuous comments, and I'm there with you.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Now we have Director Deborah Allen.
Thank you. Can you pull up slide 17 for me? Is that going to take a while? If it takes too long, I can just kind of tell you what I'm thinking here.
We'll do our best, Director Allen.
Okay. The slide 17 shows, that's kind of the scary picture of not cutting our way and, not cutting service to find stability here. I think we've been talking about this since the pandemic began, and we all know that we cannot cut our way out of this problem, especially given that we haven't really made much progress in efficiencies in how we operate the service. So on slide 17, what you're showing here is a robust recovery, and which says revenue returns to 100% of pre-pandemic levels. We're not even close to that. We're at 40%. And so to me, this is a very disingenuous comparison on the slide that we are, and actually I think the next page is where we show, if you could go down one page, where we show the comparison of the three. Okay, sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but there's a chart where you show these three scenarios. But yeah, that. Okay, so we're showing a robust recovery scenario, which is 100% of our pre-pandemic ridership and revenue, and we're only at 40% of this. So to compare that, which you showed us slides earlier that said we would probably, actually we don't even have a projection of ever reaching that level in the slides you showed us earlier that go out, I think, 10 years and say we still won't achieve pre-pandemic ridership. So we're comparing this first robust recovery scenario to this some progress scenario. And can you go to the slide where you got the dots showing the service level? Yeah, and so that one. And so, the some progress is 9 p.m. close, 3 route service, 30-minute headways. I mean, this was pandemic service. And so I kind of feel like you're showing this big scary picture between what we had pre-pandemic and what we had in the pandemic and saying, oh, we can't cut our way out of this. I think that that's just a really oversimplistic comparison that might have been just sort of developed to help bolster our need for a tax measure. But look, I'm not being fooled that we could cut our way completely out and stabilize BART just simply on cutting our operating expenses. I think we've gone too far, and we know that ridership is a struggle to return. And we will have to find new operating revenue sources, and that is likely to be from taxpayer dollars. So I'm not, not hiding behind that. But look, at the end of the day, we're focusing here on these scenarios of completely cut the service, or go out and get new tax revenue to fill the holes that we have, and not really address the fact that we have not addressed in two extensions of labor contracts in the last 2 years. We have barely, actually, we've received no measurable concessions in work rules and efficiencies in those processes over the last 2 years, and that is how we can contribute. Finding a more efficiently operated system and figuring out how to operate that more efficiently, particularly with work rules and overtime rules, is one way to help get us to that stable place. It's not the only way, but it is one of many ways in addition to finding new revenues. I want to comment here quickly on one of the callers. Mr. Lavin said we can make all this money from developing BART properties. So far, that has not happened. I think we get $1.5 million a year in revenue from TOD, and based on what I saw in the last one that was approved for Lake Merritt Station, there's not a whole lot that's going to get added to that anytime soon. So, is it going to take more taxpayer dollars? Yeah, probably. But I think that the taxpayers really want to see a lot more work being done at cutting some of the, the redundant parts in making our system more efficient. And I think that this notion that it's this, scary pandemic level service versus everything goes back to pre-pandemic, that's just not even a realistic presentation here. I think, it's way more complex than this. So I'm going to stop there and let you go on.
Thank you, Director Allen. I'm going to have Director Bevan Dufty speak. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask a question and then I'll have some comments. So, Director Allen, I've got to say that this agency has not pursued efficiencies, maybe we haven't furloughed people or laid them off during the pandemic, but I do believe that a number of steps have been taken by this agency with the support of the board, and I would ask the Assistant General Manager of Performance and Budget to talk a bit about some of the cost savings that we have done.
So to be clear, my comments are about the operation.
I have the time actually, so I realize you're remote, but this is my time.
Well, and you made a comment about furloughs and layoffs, and that is not what I was referring to.
You said efficiencies and you.
I'm sorry, I'm going to step in as the president of the board. Let's get the response that Director Dufty has asked from staff.
Well, thank you for the question. There are a number of efficiencies that we have implemented, some on a long-term basis and some on a short-term basis. I just want to direct you back to one of the first things that we did early on in the pandemic, which I think was very powerful and very impactful, and that is when we directed a number of existing BART employees over to our capital program during our reduced service hours. I think that we fully maximized the opportunity there. We kept folks employed, but we accelerated our capital reinvestment. And I know that at the conclusion of that program, we shared with the board a memo that identified some of the advantages, both direct and indirect, of that effort. In addition, we have here at BART really focused on only hiring the most essential positions. And in fact, one of the things that has inadvertently aided our ability to hold down our labor costs has been the extraordinarily tough and challenging hiring market. So we scrutinize every position that gets filled with the exception of a handful of frontline positions that are critical to our customers, and have really held down our labor costs. And also early on in the pandemic, really dialed back our overtime because of staffing shortages. In recent year, our overtime has moved back up, but we also are experiencing some overtime related to capital work too. So, it's not, there's some successful wins, it's mostly on the labor side, and I want us all to take credit for the good work that we've done.
Thank you. I'd just like to also take this conversation up a bit and think about the fact that for 5 of the directors of this agency, either a little less than half or more than half of our time has been during this pandemic. And so it has been an unprecedented time. And for 5 of us that have been here during that period, that is a majority or half of the time that we've been here. So I do want to say that I think that our focus right now on being proactive and looking at a state that's in recovery and the potential for us getting operating assistance is important. It has been a multi-generational challenge that the federal government and the state government have not placed a priority on operating funds. This is not how you see the great transit systems of the world operate, not in Asia, not in Australia, not in Europe. They believe that having central funding support for transit is fundamental to the development and growth and maintenance and state of good repair of those systems. It is a uniquely American approach that our federal transit policy has been focused so much on expanding systems that we can't even fund the investments that are needed to keep them at a state of good repair. So I want to say that this is not, to me, a fire alarm situation. This is taking the battleship of BART and turning and recognizing that it's going to take some time. The confidence that I have is that it's our general manager that led the Blue Ribbon Task Force. It's our general manager that has had the respect not only of Therese McMillan at MTC, but of the other transit providers in this region who have looked to Robert Powers for leadership, have supported the steps that he has made as a leader and speaking, whether it's with Senator Alex Padilla, whether it's with state legislators. And I also want to say, for all 9 directors, including Director Allen, who I know we have differences often, that there is a tremendous amount of political leverage and clout on this board of directors. And so I think that that is why the people elected us. I received 100,000 votes, and I understand that my constituents expect me to step up and spend the time that is necessary in having an ambitious state and federal legislative agenda. And I think that there are a number of different issues that we need to be at the forefront of, because unlike most people in leadership roles with transit agencies, we are elected. And I think that that gives us a certain credence when we go before some of these key decision makers at level of government, that they recognize we're out here just like they're out here. Just like they have difficulty when inflation rises or the economy struggles in moments and they have to explain things, is very similar to us when we have frustration that our system services are not meeting the goals that we have in terms of some of the difficulties we've had because of our aging system over the past couple of months. But I'm very comfortable. I think this is one of the reasons that I ran for the BART board, because I have served for 46 years in politics and government. And I think that that gives me a certain credence to look around this room and to recognize that I think that we are absolutely at a moment in time where we need to define what our agenda is. And I think that it is a unique opportunity to try and change how this country looks at funding transit. I am not embarrassed to go before anyone and tell them that I think that they, as a leader at the state of California or in the federal government, needs to do better and prioritize operating funds. That is the holy grail of changing things in terms of how systems like ours are invested in, and that we can complete the work that started with Measure RR, because it's not going to do all that's necessary to do. So I just want to say that I think that this is a great opportunity. I look forward to working with our general manager, with Rod Lee, all of the folks that we have working with us, and I think that we can develop a very proactive, thoughtful agenda that also includes the potential of a ballot measure. I think that's absolutely part of it, but I think that we need to do exactly what we've been doing with our public officials, and as we did in San Francisco, sit down again and again and again with our elected officials so that they have every answer that they have and have confidence that we understand what we're doing. I think we have a stellar staff, and I just want to say I do not see a crisis situation despite the fact that we do have a runway that is limited. I think this is an opportunity, and I think it's an opportunity for this agency under the very strong leadership that it has to stand and shine and get some things done. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Dufty. Very positive, very inspirational.
Thank you.
Moving on to Director Mark Foley.
Thank you, Chair Ames. First off, I want to thank Pam and Michael for this, well, I don't want to say eye-opening, but you're really shining a light on the challenges that we have known, but really what we're going to see in the near future. So I want to say thank you for bringing that to our attention. And I agree with my colleagues. We need to see this in front of us with regular updates so that we can work collaboratively to move to a solution. Our current funding model served us well for the last 48 years. We're 50, right? So the last couple of years, not so much. We really have to evolve as an agency to survive. But it isn't just BART's challenge. It isn't AC Transit. It isn't WMATA. This is a national issue, as Director Dufty has mentioned. Our country doesn't take public transportation as critically necessary as it should. And so I think part of our challenge is educating not just the public, but our electeds, as again, Director Dufty has mentioned, about the significance and importance of transit in day-to-day lives for individuals. Those essential workers, those folks that rely on BART to get to work, to go to the doctor, to get to school. So with that, for me, what I'm taking away from this presentation and what I'm offering is that really for me, there's four things. One is gap funding. We need to look at getting us beyond the 2025 runway. Today, we're one day closer to the end of the runway. So we need to do all we can to give us some more runway to try to find a long-term solution. I think a regional measure is a worthwhile endeavor, but I frame it that way because I am fully supportive but concerned that many voters have ballot fatigue and we've got an uphill battle. And again, that's at a regional level, which is why my third point is that we do need to engage our federal legislators, our partners in Washington, to find a bigger solution. I think that public transportation in America is at a turning point, and we really need to decide, are we investing in this for the long term? And then I think the last thing we need to look at is Plan B. Because we can put all of our eggs in the basket for a regional funding measure. What if it doesn't pass? So we need to be on a parallel track, really working towards dynamic fares, towards how do we address parking, to the TOD revenue, how do we really maximize that? So I do think we have to look at alternative ways if the feds don't come to sort of help rescue public transportation, how can we do it on our own? And so I really just want to say to staff, I support you, and I'm looking to you to help give us some direction as well as to how we can really position ourselves for the next 50 years, but how do we fix our funding model? Thank you, Chair Ames.
Wonderful comments. Thank you, Director Foley. We have President Rebecca Saltzman.
Thank you. I'll try not to repeat too much. I really appreciated the comments of Vice President Lee, Director Dufty, and Director Foley, and agree with what they focused on. I just wanted to draw attention to, we were just looking at some of the slides, and I want to be clear that these scenarios were not scenarios that BART decided to do. And I'm guessing you guys would not have ever put forward a return to 100% because that's not what you've been showing us over the past several years. So these were MTC scenarios. It's a thought exercise. Whether you agree it was wise to do the exercise, we had to do it. MTC said all the agencies had to do this exercise, so we're doing it because we need to not jeopardize our funding from the MTC. And it is an interesting scenario, but just want to make it clear this is not something we think is going to happen. But that said, I think you did a really nice job showing kind of why we can't cut ourselves out of this problem, which we already knew, but this kind of put a finer point on it. And I actually really appreciated this slide 20 because I think it both visually and text really shows just how much we would have to cut. So I like this kind of showing visually. I think it's more challenging when you try to state it. But this, you look at it and you see, oh wow, this would be a really, really big problem. Like I think anybody can see this and realize how much of an issue it is without understanding too much about BART service. So this shows why, as everybody else has said, it's really important we find some additional funding. I appreciate what you're doing. I think especially in this time of transition in MTC leadership, it's even more important than it has been for, BART's regional leadership, and that we're at kind of the forefront in seeking this gap funding and working with our partners down in Southern California. I think we've done a good job of that since the beginning of the pandemic, both leading regionally, but also staying in close contact with other transit operators, both in California and outside. And I think we're going to have to step that up, especially within California over the next year. I think gap funding is the way to go from the state, but I'm also really nervous having, for 8 years worked at an organization that worked on lots of legislation in the Capitol, including all of the fights over cap and trade. And this is it's not simple. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be really, really hard. It's going to be contentious. And this is really, I think this just has to be priority number one for the next couple of years until we get the funding secured. So please, keep us updated on the strategy. Please call on all of us, when you need us. I think all of us just have to be willing to drop everything else to help with this, because if we don't get this funding, we end up, with this chart on slide 20, which none of us ever want to see. So again, thank you, and just look forward to this continuing conversation. I agree with Director Dufty. We can get out of this. It is a huge challenge, but we can get there.
Thank you, President Saltzman. So does staff want to comment about a potential 2026 measure or any ideas on that?
No, we're just taking in the comments from the board right now, and we'll sift through those and give those a think. So we'll hold off on that right now, Director Ames.
Okay. What about the idea of this short range plan? Director Foley and Director Allen have concerns about how do we basically extend the runway. She was talking about potential cuts. There's this idea of dynamic fares. So do we have any ideas of how to extend our runway on the short term?
I think at this point, beyond the sort of high-level strategies we shared today, our preference would be to look to the upcoming board workshop and the budget process for those detailed conversations.
Okay, I just think we really do need to get into strategy, and sooner the better. I think everybody is worried about the short-term issues, and I've been, talking to staff, and we're going to be meeting tomorrow, I guess, about trying to do a variation of fares, a dynamic fare program, maybe a daily fare pass, a 3-day pass, just to build ridership. This is a short-term vision of building our ridership. And then also, I do appreciate Director Dufty's, shining, this is our opportunity to shine. And I think about, President Eisenhower, he was instrumental in developing our interstate system, our highway interstate system. And we haven't really had a lot of leadership in public transit for, decades. And I do think that we need to think big and try to, get some funding from the federal government. Not that we're going to reimagine a whole new transit system, but we need to build upon what we have. And I think it's because our ridership is so low, why not ask for a full funding plan for the fare gates? And why not ask for areas where people feel, BART is safer to ride. We can ride BART on a daily basis. We can take it on, non-work trips. And I think on the federal level, I believe that the staff can actually do this work. And I would be happy to advocate at Capitol Hill and try to get federal funding, because it is a time to be visionary. We have climate change coming. We're in stage 1 of the emergency. And why couldn't we come up with maybe it has to come from the president, but we do need to have some vision of public transportation. And I don't see that leadership at the federal level, nor at the state level. So I hope we hear from our colleagues, and maybe we can report back on a frequent basis. But I appreciate these discussions, and I look forward to seeing a robust, aggressive, as I would say, as Director Duffy, was saying, it's our opportunity to shine, and we do need to be thinking big. Thank you.
On me.
Okay, so next we will move on to item 9, engineering and operations. I'll turn it over to Chair Duffy.
Thank you, Madam President. And I was worried we'd have to roust the chief. And Good morning, colleagues. Thank you. We look forward to this presentation on our QPR review. And so our Assistant General Manager for Engineering and Operations, Shane Edwards, will start, and then we'll obviously go to some of the safety issues with Chief Alvarez and Deputy Chief Franklin. Good morning.
Good morning, Directors. DC Franklin and I are here to answer any questions you may have on the fourth quarter of FY22 QPR. A lot of this data is 6 months old in some cases, and I will start by saying that it's not a great quarter, and it did not meet my expectations nor BART's expectations on a lot of the key metrics. Looking back, there were a few key drivers that I'd like to make note of. In the month of May, we had a cable fault on the R line that forced us to run modified service on the red and orange line. We were able to make repairs and resume normal service, but the cable infrastructure work must and still continues. Planned work in the Hayward area, A77, during this quarter compounded delays with added speed restrictions due to the construction. We can account for those going forward by being more proactive on our messaging with our patrons on our website and on our plans for future shutdowns. That being said, that speed restriction was compounded every time anything happened within an earshot of that slow order. Customer on-time performance for this quarter was 86%. That's down 2% compared to the last quarter. COVID was one of the many factors inhibiting our ability to deliver a more consistent service. Our struggles continue with headcount in the OCC, in the controller ranks, station agent, and train operator. Operations, human resources, and communications are making these recruitments a priority and working hard to hire for those positions, as well as system service and utility workers. On June 21st, we experienced a major service interruption on the yellow line between Pleasant Hill and Concord when a train derailed due to the extreme heat that continued into July and August, unfortunately. This event marked the beginning of a heat wave that set records in the Bay Area, and BART was forced to run trains at reduced speed. We have 3 shutdown weekends scheduled beginning this weekend to allow us to make the necessary repairs in a more expeditious manner. And now I'll hand it over to Deputy Chief Kevin Franklin.
Good morning, Directors. Good morning, Directors.
Morning.
For the category of BART Police Presence, we had a 21% performance improvement from Q3, increasing the result of 10.3% on the survey. We continue to emphasize the importance of visibility and presence to all our uniformed personnel. The men and women of the BART Police Department are out in the system riding trains and walking the platforms more so than at any point before. They're providing a visible deterrence to criminal activity. In the past 6 months, we've made significant progress hiring critical staff, including crisis intervention specialists, police officers, community service officers, fare inspectors, and dispatchers. As we have reported previously, we have adjusted our patrol sign-up and deployment strategy to reduce mandatory overtime and provide additional presence in stations and on trains, especially during the evening hours. We are continuing to work collaboratively with SFPD and community stakeholders at both 24th Street and Civic Center to increase our presence not only in stations and stairwells, but also around the immediate area to deal with criminal activity and drug use, which impacts our passengers and employees. The category of crimes against persons showed a performance decrease from 101 incidents, or 7.5 crimes per million passenger trips in Q3, to 128 incidents, or 8.25 crimes per million passenger trips in Q4. While performance in this category is impacted by regional crime trends, our efforts to increase presence in the system seeks to reassure passengers and employees that BART is safe. The QPR results in the categories of auto burglary, auto theft, bicycle theft, and emergency response time had better performance than QPR goals. With that, I'll turn it back to Assistant General Manager Edwards.
And with that,
Thank you. As we look at public comment, I just want to take the opportunity to say how grateful I am. I particularly want to acknowledge the chief and the deputy chief that there have been a lot of issues that have been going on in terms of public safety at 16th and 24th Street and Civic Center as always. And I just want to say that the department is doing an outstanding job, and both of you as leaders of this department are going out and engaging with the public and getting a very positive response. And I think the extent of our collaboration with the City and County of San Francisco has never been better as it relates to public safety issues. So despite any things that are a little rough from that quarter, I just want to say that I think that I've been getting comments thanking the department and thanking BART for addressing some of the safety issues at these stations. And I think that given the fact that we are down a bit, nothing like 500 officers down in San Francisco, but I do really appreciate that how hard the men and women that work for this department, who are taking the overtime and going out and doing the things that we need to do. So I just want to acknowledge that. Madam District Secretary, do we have any public comment speakers?
Yes, we do, Director Duffy. I didn't receive any speaker cards, but we do have one hand raised on Zoom.
Wonderful.
Alita, please go ahead.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Bevan Duffy, Alita Dupree for the record, she and her, as I testify on this. I'd call the report mixed. There's some high points here. Looks like we're doing pretty well with the escalators and the elevators. Though I rarely use elevators, I do use escalators, and that's very, very important to me because I generally can climb stairs, but many people can't. Especially got deep stations like Glen Park. Want to keep those working. And I see that there are some bright spots in the safety aspects. Bike thefts look like they're down. Auto thefts look like they're down. But I am seeing concerns. And another thing that is a bright spot for me is we did meet standard with rule violations. We're not quite zero, but I think we're doing better, and we've got to make sure that everybody makes sure that they do the things they're supposed to do, because rule violations are controllable. So enough about that. So on to the things that we didn't meet. Most of it really looks infrastructure based, as we mentioned before, about traction power and train control, things I talk about all the time. Hard running an electric railroad without electricity. I maintain to you that I have had my share of power outages in my home. Some of them have lasted less than a minute, and some of them have lasted for several hours. And I vaguely remember the New York City blackout of 1977. And so we want to think in terms of how do these issues affect us personally, that this chart shouldn't just be about colors and numbers, but about looking deeply into how do these things affect the people. And I am one of the people. So I see complaints per 100,000 passengers. Well, how do we do better that people are going to have a better experience when they set foot on their system. And crimes against persons, how can we work on that? Obviously, our presence in the system is getting better. It's not easy being a disabled veteran who wears a skirt riding on buses and trains, but I do it, just like I ride on buses and airplanes. And just as I expect when I go flying that aircraft engines are going to sustain their power during flight, I ask that we continue work on this, because this work exemplifies that BART is the people's system, and I thank you.
There are no additional hands raised, Director.
Thank you so very much. We'll start with Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much, Chair Duffy. And thank you, Shane, for your humble apology. Customer on time is truly unacceptable at 86%. When I break that down and look at the elements responsible for that, I see several that fall under the Measure RR that I feel should end up being repaired, and that includes the train control as well as the power. And together, those two represented about 2 trains out of 100 that were delayed. And then when I add in the personnel issues and see that we have another 2 trains delayed per 100, and whether the personnel are not available to operate those trains because of COVID or because of our own recruitment and retention issues, the attrition that has gone on, I do see, and particularly for the first time in your report, you've included that information about how we're doing on new recruiting as well as training. Unfortunately, it shows that as fast as we're making new hires, we're seeing people either promoted to different jobs or other ways that we're not able to keep the number of train operators needed to operate fully. So I do see that the classes in the future, it looks like we might be able to get our nose above water on that. But the one element that really does disturb me is in the police report, and seeing that number of 92 persons in the trackway. I've never seen a number that high reported to the board. And every time someone's in the trackway, that represents trains grinding to a halt. And so 92, is that exceptional? And what may we be able to do about that?
We have seen an increase in fence line cuts and trespass incidents out on the wayside. And we do work closely with the Operations Control Center and our train operators to promptly report any indications that somebody has breached our fence line. And we respond very promptly to those types of incidents to either get people back to safety or secure the area so other people can't access the trackway.
And in some cases, these are people that are climbing off the platform to enter the trackway for whatever reason, none justified, but
some incidents do come from the platform. I would say the majority, though, are out wayside in between stations.
Thank you for that clarification. I hope we can secure fences and up the observation. I've been in a train control room and seen that we have video on most sections of track, and you can see when somebody's entered an area, but it seems that people are like ants and they're going everywhere. Anyway, I want to bring us back up into the mid 90% customer service on time. So I think that we are going to need to get a handle on controlling the trespassing into the trackway.
Director, we don't we're on the same page. But that's part of the reprioritization process as well. Any fencing project of a capital nature, we need to get it back, moved up the priority list. But to your point, the other things that I mentioned, power, substations, those things of that nature, that's the tough part about the prioritization part of capital work. And we'll take a hard look at that because we agree with you. It is getting worse. It's not getting better. They're becoming better equipped to make those holes in the fences or access a weak point in our fence line. And it has shown up over the last 2 quarters. You are correct.
Thank you.
President Saltzman?
Thank you. A couple comments. I understand this is kind of outdated information and we'll have a new report coming soon. So I think it's important to reflect on that. I do look forward, since it will be the new fiscal year, we had discussed updating some of the goals. Some of the goals were missing, but some of the goals we've been meeting for like many years. And for a while we weren't updating them because of the uncertainty of COVID, but we're still meeting them by like a lot. So I want to see some of these goals be more ambitious. I know there's also some talk about kind of reformatting what the look would be. And something I thought about actually on a call with a reporter yesterday about the kind of on-time performance issue is I wonder if there's some different ways to represent on-time performance, because there's sort of the day-to-day, what you experience 95 to 99% of the days, and then there's that like horrible event that delays people for a long time and can make our overall on-time performance go way down because of that 1 or 2 events. So I do wonder, and I'm not telling you to do this, but I'm just asking you to give some thought about how to present this in a way where it's sort of, this is the overall on-time performance, and this is how it's broken off, like without the big events. What would it have been if we didn't have these 2 major events, whatever they were, somebody on the track, a power failure, whatever it was? Because I just don't think this gives a good sense, because it shows our on-time performance dropping over the past year. I can tell you as a rider, 6 months ago, the on-time, or 9 months ago, it felt a lot worse, and it feels like it's getting better. I'm seeing less of those canceled trains, but that's not shown here. And maybe I'm wrong, and I'm just getting luckier than I used to. But it would be helpful to have that. So I don't know if that makes sense and something you could think about and try to figure out different ways to present it.
No, it does make sense. And I was just talking to Deputy Jones here about it, but it's a good idea. We'll see if we can't figure out how we can post-process it and see what's, pull out some of those and see what it really is, what's the real experience out there. So it's a good concept.
Thanks. And to be clear, I still want to show the overall.
Of course.
Those big impacts, those are really bad impacts. And for the ones we've had recently, that could just ruin somebody's whole day or whole weekend. But it is different than like, should I expect my train to show up on time every day? Should I expect my trains not to get canceled? And I think that's hard to see through this. So I'd appreciate some attention to that, and just appreciate all the work that we've been doing to improve on-time performance. I do think we're going to start to see an upswing, especially if we can kind of separate a couple of those big events out, because, we're having fewer people call in because of, either they have COVID or they've been exposed. We're doing better on hiring. And of course, we continue to invest in the infrastructure. And as, Vice President Lee spoke about in an earlier item, the need to kind of communicate how that's helping things and will help more over time. So I'm hopeful this will get better, but I think there's some opportunities to communicate better about it as well. Thank you.
Director Foley.
Thank you, Chair Dufty. Plain and simple, we must do better. Poor performance not only directly impacts our pandemic recovery, but it undermines all the work we are doing to extend our runway. It pushes people away from BART. We cannot do that. My interactions with folks indicate that most people care about reliability and safety. Now, I know safety, some of it's perception, some of it's privilege. So I know we always take that with a grain of salt. But our delay of a few minutes is a cascading effect for that person's commute. Because we were 2 or 3 minutes late, that means that they missed their bus connection, which adds 30 minutes to their getting to work or coming home. I just think we really need to focus on everything we can do to ensure trains are on time. It's for me, it's no more complex than that. We need to be on time. Okay. Thank you, Chair Duffy.
Director McPartlin.
Thank you. And I really appreciate the report and the frankness with which you just basically ended up getting the information out. I need your help with something, and that is that on your quarterly report summary, when I go to speak someplace, if I know that something on the quarterly summary report is going to end up potentially be in the questions, such as ridership and delays, and I've gotten phone calls on this kind of stuff. The go-to place to get the summary of the information is going to end up being this. This doesn't give me anything other than a title. And I'd appreciate it if you could have at least some bullet points in the presentation. I'm looking on pages 2 and 3, so that we could be able to, or so that I could go ahead and refer back to that. I think it kind of helps out the public as well, because if they're watching this, or if they end up having the ability to take a look at this, if I wanted to end up identifying the contributing factors for any one of these subjects, I'd have to be able to take shorthand in order to be able to get it down. So if you could help us out with that, sure, would appreciate it. Thank you.
Director, we absolutely will, but in this particular presentation, the FY22 fourth quarter overview slide, which I believe is slide 5, that gives a summary of operations that you could use, but in the future, we'll add BPD items to that as well, so you have a more quick reference for future use.
But the full report is in the board packet that contains all of the detailed data behind the summaries that AGM Edwards and Deputy Chief Franklin produced.
Thank you. Director Ames.
Oh, thank you. I lost my screen, so I appreciate you asking me, you allowing me to speak. So I guess when I looked at that overall summary where you've got the red where you didn't meet your targets, it looks like we had the wayside train control, computer control system, and then I lost my screen, but it was electrical. There was an electrical item on there. Oh yes, that's the slide chain. So can you, is there a way to prioritize what was causing the delays and then circle back with the board and say, these are the projects potentially that we'd say we target, that these areas are required to be, those areas are a priority for our riders because it delays service, as Director Foley was saying. People want reliability. So I'm just trying to drill down as to what are the top projects that we need to focus on. You know, maybe we can do that, you know, reprioritize, shift things around this year or this fiscal year to address these wayside train control, computer control systems, and electrical system failures. What do you think about that?
So, Director, I'm not exactly sure which train control item you're referring to, but to summarize your points, absolutely we can, yes. But we have to, if we're upgrading the train control system now, and I mean software and some equipment in the NS MUX project, for example, while CBTC is in the background and coming, it's not here yet, but we're working towards it. Those systems are being upgraded still to hopefully accommodate the current service. I don't know if the 2 years of COVID bought us some time because you saw so less frequent failures. I can't say that for sure. But at one point, the system was at a high level. We went down to COVID, and then we ramped back up, and these failures become more noticeable. All of the infrastructure that failed over the last 9 months to a year and a half is over 50 years old. Every single item that failed. The gap breaker in the TBT, the substations that have burned, one is on your beat. I'm not saying that, I'm not making any excuses, and I'm not even blaming timing for what I'm saying. But to your point, yes, we can pump the brakes and reset our priorities based on what we know, although it's shown us in the last 10 months that it is the cable, that it is power. Power just wants to go to ground. That's what happened in the TBT, and it went through the gap breaker and blew it. So these things need to be ramped up and escalated, but in a construction and project level, really. Prioritization can change. In the fence example, for example, that one became less of a priority when we knew that we needed more power issues, cable, substations. So that needs to be re-elevated because it is causing a problem for our patrons. And I don't like that. Nobody here does. So long answer to your question, yes, we can do that. Absolutely.
Thank you, Shane, because I guess the challenge is we see this vision of upgrading our computer-based train control system, but then we've got this backlog or deferred maintenance that we need to repair our existing system to keep our riders happy. So I appreciate that comparison, and I just hope that we can keep up with this infrastructure so we're not failing, right? We're not failing in the trains aren't stopping in the tube because of some deferred maintenance issue. So I appreciate this assessment that we might go through and look forward to funding those projects as well as we move forward with our new investments of the bigger picture of computer-based train control. Thank you, Director Duffy.
Thank you. Vice President Lee?
I just had a small note here. As a follow-up, particularly from what President Salzman mentioned, I agree with a lot of your points. I also want to reiterate that this QPR is a bit stale, so I'm withholding a lot of my comments until we see next quarter, which I know will be up in a couple of meetings. As a small note, though, I did make a note several months ago. I think it was for the QPR that was particularly bad. That was for the end of 2021 and 2022. That I wanted more detailed about canceled trains. Sort of like what President Salzman was saying, there are different kinds of delays and they're felt very differently. When a train is canceled, that really ruins your day versus a small delay. So if that can be included in future QPRs, I think that would be really helpful. I have really been seeing in my time on board how these QPRs have been providing more meaningful and more relevant information over time. And so I think as much as we can have more meaningful additional information that is not too onerous on staff, but is helping us have a better understanding, and like all the work you've done, Chief, around Part 1 crimes and better understanding what's happening in our system. Same thing with on-time performance. I think that could help. Lastly, I have a really random thought, so forgive me. But I think rider perception of delays is a lot of times very different than what we are actually seeing in the actual QPR numbers. And I have no idea if there's a way to elicit that via the customer satisfaction survey. I was just reflecting on this when you were saying, it feels better now than it was when we saw the numbers for November, December of last year. But how do we quantify that? And I still remember there was, for a very long time, my daily ride to work was taking the 7 Muni bus, 7 Haight Noriega bus. I still remember there was a survey taken after there was a Muni Transit Effectiveness project. It was for this really awful section of Haight Street where they installed a red lane and added some transit priority signals for 3 blocks. They surveyed Muni riders afterwards, and riders were like, oh my gosh, I feel like my commute is 10 minutes faster. It's the coolest thing ever. They did the data, they ran the data, and the time saving was maybe 40 seconds for those couple blocks. But the perception of that time saving, the perception of the improvements was radically different just because of just how awful those few blocks were. And when you're riding the bus, when you're riding the train, you feel it in different ways. That is not in any way to downplay how bad some of these numbers are looking. We have to do everything we can across the board to increase reliability. But I think it'd be interesting to understand rider perceptions of delays too. Maybe something future for the marketing team. Thank you.
Seeing no comment, I think that this item is completed?
Chair Deputy.
I'm so sorry.
At the risk of taking a little longer, as a good deputy always tries to hedge his bets a little bit. So in full transparency, the next quarter, to President Salzman and Vice President Lee's points, we had the Transbay Tube. Were you struggling on the C-line slow orders with the track? We had heat files. So to the point that both of those folks were making, it's probably going to be one of those events where we're still at lower than expected on-time performance, but we should be pulling out some of those. Exactly. That's exactly right.
Did you really feel we needed more upbeat information this morning?
Well, I saw opportunity to hedge there, Chair Duffy, so I figured I'd use it.
I'd be looking for a new deputy.
Thank you so much, Madam President.
Thank you. We'll now go to item 10, Planning, Public Affairs, Access, and Legislation items. There's one item on this agenda. I'm hoping we can finish it by 1.
Thank you, Madam President. As you mentioned, we have one information item. It's an update on our Link 21 program, and I will allow staff to get ready for their presentation.
Hi, directors. Today presenting, we have Sadie Graham, who's the Link 21 director, Camille Sau, who's a Link 21 program lead for the Capital Corridor, as well as Nicole Franklin, who's the Link 21 public engagement manager. Some of the material may be familiar to some of you because a portion of it was shown at the September 21st Capital Corridor board meeting. We're going to go into a little more detail today with the board here, but these are still high-level examples of concepts that Sadie's going to be sharing, and Camille, as well as walking through the engagement plan. This is built on some information we brought to the board on travel markets, and so that's how we kind of came up with, at least initially, the lines of the map you'll be seeing. And then most recently, Sadie and team brought forward in April 2002 for the board taking action on the stage gate process. And so we've been building on that work. So with that, Sadie?
Excellent. Good morning. I hope you're not too hungry. So thanks for the opportunity again to update you on the, I'm sorry, on the Link 21 program. I'm just on the title slide, so you're not missing anything. We've done a lot of work since the board approved the Stage Gate 1 in April. And so we're here today because we're preparing to share some example concepts with the public in an upcoming round of outreach. So the goal of today is really to update you on where we are with our concept development work and provide you with some examples we will be sharing with the public in a similar level of detail. Next slide, please. So you have seen this slide before. And it's a reminder really of the need of the Link 21 program and the Northern California mega regional focus. Next slide, please. So again, Link 21 is more than just a crossing. As a program of projects, it includes network improvements for both BART and regional rail that aim to promote equity, livability, and support economic opportunity to advance environmental sustainability. I'm supposed to be doing that? Oh, first time here, sorry. So the crossing is the heart of the program and will amplify the benefits and service of the other mega regional rail improvements being planned and implemented by our partners across the Northern California mega region. All right. So just a quick update on the schedule. So in April 2022, we advanced the program into this phase 1, which is project identification. During the stage gate review, we did hear from our stakeholders, public, and the board, the need to really accelerate the delivery of the program and show more of our work, particularly some of our equity and public outreach. So we've taken that message and worked to streamline our scope. And that feedback is also one of the reasons we've felt the need to bring forward these example concepts. As you know, people really do want to see lines on a map and have something to get excited about. So phase 1 work will focus on identifying the projects that we will then advance into environmental review in phase 2. This phase will work on bringing together feasibility engineering, service planning, ridership modeling, and early environmental work, outreach, and engagement in order to continue to advance the program. I did want to note that ridership and land use model development is happening now, and that's going to be a critical tool that will allow us to evaluate and compare the concepts that we will bring to the board and public next year. Going to say next slide, but I'm doing it. This is a quick snapshot of recent and ongoing work, and I just wanted to note that much of this technical work and reports can be found on our website in the documents library page. Okay, so last fall we introduced you and the public to these 4 building blocks of how we are developing concepts. As concepts are developed, we really are focusing on the outcomes, which are the markets and service. Who we're connecting and how we can meet their needs. And then we look at technology and infrastructure as a mean to achieving those ends. So the example concepts are based on these 4 building blocks. And today we're showing technology and infrastructure as high-level alignments that include potential station locations. So again, as a program of projects, while today we're going to be sharing example concepts that focus really on the Trans-Bay crossing, there are many other improvements that we're considering that improve both BART and regional rail systems and are needed to really deliver the ultimate goals and objectives we set forth for the program. So the numbering you see in this illustration, it's not representative of sequencing of any of those projects. It's just to give you an illustrative sense of the multiple improvements beyond the crossing that we're considering as part of the overall program. We will be doing an incremental analysis of each of those improvements according to the metrics that are shown here, which includes ridership and other metrics. So this work is underway and will be used to inform the full slate of concepts that we plan to bring to you and the public next year. And at that time, we'll really be able to start to provide you with detailed results of the benefits and costs of the project. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to Camille.
Whoops, sorry. So there are guiding principles that we are following in our concept development process. The first 2 principles listed on the left were part of Stage Gate 1. And some other things that we're doing are improving transfers and connections to the existing network. For BART and regional rail, each concept must not preclude other future planned rail lines, and also must not preclude a compatible or phased crossing of the other technology. So when we show you concepts, you'll see what we mean. But for regional rail, we really want to connect to Caltrain, and so we are connecting to the Salesforce Transit Center, which then leads to the downtown rail extension in San Francisco. And we are also not precluding future rail lines such as the Western San Francisco extension that's being studied, or the potential future of high-speed rail in the crossing. So as Sadie mentioned, we're assuming planned and adopted rail improvements throughout the mega region as part of our mega regional context. This is important because when we evaluate Link 21 benefits, we need to acknowledge that there are other projects that are being planned and that will improve the network as well. So to help us understand how Link 21 fits in and complements these other projects, we'll be conducting analysis through the next year and a half, which we will share with you in the future. We also want to acknowledge that when we are looking at improvements on freight-owned right-of-way, that we will continue to work with our freight stakeholders on those improvements. This rail network, aided by the second Trans-Bay Rail crossing, will provide connectivity, access, improved air quality, and other benefits. And with a second crossing, travel across the megaregion becomes more convenient and connected as it is shown here. So essentially, it's important for folks to understand that the crossing can benefit many more people, not just people that are immediately in the vicinity of the crossing. So thus, we will have better connectivity in the megaregion, improved travel time, frequency, with some one-seat rides and faster transfer opportunities, more capacity and redundant services between BART and regional rail to improve reliability and offer more travel choices, and also potential expanded service hours on BART. So we're going to be showing some example concepts. Our plan is to solve both sides of the equation, addressing BART and regional rail connectivity. We're developing concepts with that in mind. Each one has to do both. So what you will see in our early example concept work is that the elements could be combined to create those solutions. These are example concepts. No decisions have been made yet. So for reference, I know there's a lot of words on here, but for reference, the orange represents regional rail and blue represents BART. What we're doing is we're showing how the new crossing in a couple of different configurations would connect into the existing rail network on both sides of the bay. And as Sadie mentioned, we'll be looking at other improvements outside of the crossing as well. So today we're just showing you what could possibly happen in the crossing area. So the two examples, as you see here, there's one on the left where regional rail and BART would cross the bay side by side. And the one on the right shows where they would cross in slightly different locations. And the objectives, one of the key objectives of this program is providing service redundancy and increasing capacity for the BART system. But we want to make sure that we find a balance between supporting the existing BART system and serving new markets efficiently with this project, as well as looking at regional, more mega-regional service needs. So now just looking at the regional rail aspects, in these concepts, we are showing regional rail connecting to the Salesforce Transit Center in San Francisco to the underground station, which, as I mentioned earlier, would then lead to the future downtown extension that connects to the Caltrain system on the peninsula. This would allow Caltrain to run to the East Bay through the crossing, and it would also allow trains, Capital Corridor trains, from the East Bay to cross into San Francisco. This leverages the investments being made both on Caltrain electrification, on downtown extension, and others. You'll also see that for the example on the right, which is a more direct route, this offers shorter travel time, especially for longer distance travelers, because it doesn't snake through Alameda. In this case, BART would be stopping in Alameda to serve those customers. This is an example of the kind of trade-offs we're looking at in developing concepts. So for this, just looking at the BART piece, similar to what we just showed you, this represents where we can connect in different locations and the different trade-offs. So when you look at the different landing points in San Francisco, on the left, we're exploring a possible station in Mission Bay to capture more market down there in that area. And on the right, in the East Bay, we would connect to Alameda and points in Oakland, such as Jack London Square. But it's important to note that we would not connect into the Oakland Y, which we know is at capacity and is a huge bottleneck for the system. So in all of our concepts, we are working, developing concepts so that we are not adding to existing bottlenecks. I want to be clear about that. Also, you'll see that on the San Francisco side, the dotted gray arrow past the blue is essentially referring to not precluding connecting to a future western San Francisco extension. And let's, okay. And now I'm going to pass it to Nicole Franklin to talk about engagement.
Thank you, Camille. Good afternoon, I should say, and it's really good to see everybody in person. We have spent extensive time analyzing the megaregion, the needs, and understanding how the passenger rail systems can connect. This is feeding into the development of a full list of concepts that we will bring to you and the public in the new year. As you can see on this slide, over the next 18 months, we'll go through a series of refinements that will help to identify what the Link 21 project will be. At each stage, we'll include more detailed analysis to further refine the project. And of course, most importantly, is the outreach and the public input will occur at each stage of this refinement to help us define what the project will be. So the goal of the upcoming round of public outreach is to educate the public on how we're developing these concepts so they can know what goes into it, so they can give us informed feedback. And so that they can initially give us feedback on these preliminary concept ideas. We have scheduled 3 virtual community meetings, virtual office hours, and many grassroots events through the months of October and November. And that's actually in addition to our ongoing outreach we do on a month-to-month basis in various communities around the megaregion. We'll also be doing local events, including engagement with youth and tribal communities. We also have put all of the information on the website so the people who can't attend these events, or they want to just after they attend the event to kind of look at the website to take it in more deeply, it's found in our examples concept section of the website. And we're also meeting individually in groups and other partner agencies and local jurisdictions. And please let me know if you would like to participate in any of these events. So my final slide, and I'm really excited about this, we are launching an Equity Advisory Council. And it's going to be comprised of members of marginalized communities throughout the megaregion. The purpose of what we call the EAC is to advise the Link 21 program as it advances through the planning process. The EAC underscores our deep commitment and will help us to make sure we are doing what we say we're going to do. We have developed an EAC charter, which defines its role and scope and purpose, and have begun a member recruitment and selection process. We've received over 80 applications for considerations. We are pleased that a selection committee will be chaired by myself and Dr. Beverly Scott, as well as members from staff from Caltrain's, MTC, and the BART's Office of Civil Rights. We anticipate the EAC will meet every 2 months, and the first meeting will be held sometime in fall, winter. We plan to report back regularly to the board on our progress and what we have learned from the council and how their input has helped us shape the planning process for the project. This concludes our presentation. We thank you for your time, and again, nice seeing you in person, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Nicole, Camille, and Sadie. I appreciate the presentation this morning. We're still this morning. We're afternoon. We're doing well on time, I guess. With that, Madam Secretary, it looks like we might have a public commenter.
Yes, we do. I did not receive any speaker cards, but I see a hand raised on Zoom. Derek, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Derek Sachorn from Common Ground, California. I just wanted to appreciate staff's presentation, and I'm looking forward to continuing engagement as we move through the next stage gate process, especially with alignments and whatnot. I just wanted to give a special thanks to staff for meeting with our organization and discussing the value capture and equity report and the efforts on that. And I just want to urge the board to support that process as it's further developed, and including potential legislation for the 2-year legislative calendar priorities coming up in December. So please keep that in. I know there are a lot of other competing concerns right now, but it's a long-term goal, the value capture, but it requires long-term planning and thinking. So looking forward to continuing the conversation on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Do we have any additional public comment?
I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right, well, let's turn to director comments. I have Director Lee, Dufty, Ames, and Rayburn. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair Foley. As always, really appreciate Link 21 updates and all the outreach that's already happened, happening now, and continuing forward. So I know there's like a lot of information here, so I've already told staff I plan on meeting with them outside the board meeting to dig deeper and not use up this time ineffectively to do so. But I do have a couple questions really about the development of the example concepts. Can you talk a little bit more about what informed the development of the concepts? Like, what was a realistic level of vetting that could occur? So like, were things like fatally flawed out or not? Or yeah, talk a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass it to Camille in a second, but did want to just double back down on these are just examples. We're using them as primers. So things haven't really been knocked out of the box that include, other than things that include fatal flaws or don't reach our guiding principles of things like, creating redundancy, Caltrain, joining with Caltrain. And so I guess I just want to say they haven't been kicked out of the box yet. And it is complicated, which is why we felt we'd take this opportunity to have a primer. And then, as I was trying to say, when we come back next year, we'll have that full slate of more concepts. And then we'll also have been further down our evaluation process, so we can talk to you a little bit more concretely about like ridership numbers and some of the trade-offs that they entail. And I took it from Camille, but I'll see if she has anything to say.
Yeah, I'll just add, in addition to the market analysis itself had to have some post-processing because it didn't consider land use, it didn't consider other transit services. So we had to do a little bit of post-processing. We've been working a lot with our agency stakeholders that are on our program development team to understand all the work that they've been doing as well. We've been doing some technical studies because as ideas come up, we also don't want to put things out there that are just technically infeasible and just end up being a disappointment. Mm-hmm. So as Sadie mentioned, it's still an ongoing process, and we're having the conversation with lots of different folks right now to develop these ideas.
Yeah, in particular, can you talk a little bit more about that transit agency stakeholder group? So, I'll just say, I'm sure there are folks who are just like, whoa, this could mean that this connects to Caltrain or links up to Muni, or once you start drawing lines on a map, everyone freaks out. Once you have maps, everyone's like, what does that mean? So yeah, I think it'd be helpful to know like what that inter-transit agency coordination has been.
Well, it's happening on many levels. So we meet with this larger group of agencies that are primarily rail operators, as well as planning agencies, in addition to some cities. And we're meeting with them. We don't meet just to meet. We meet when we have something to talk about. So usually anywhere from two times a year to 4 times a year, depending on what's going on. But with folks like Caltrain, which, as you mentioned, we definitely are going to be connecting with them and have an influence on their service. We're starting to meet with them monthly. And we also, because there are so many projects going on in San Francisco, we have a monthly group with that agency just to understand all the different projects that are going on, because there is so much coordination to happen there.
Yeah. Okay. I would just say, that sort of interagency coordination, I'm particularly sensitive to that, especially as we And I just went on and on about like transit funding measures and making sure we're all in it together in the Bay Area. If it, like the work that we're doing on Link 21 can affect that interagency coordination. I just want to be really sensitive there because again, when we have maps out there, we get super, super excited because things start feeling real, but you're like, okay, hold on, it's not that real yet, this is still really conceptual. And, the way that we talk about it, I think that needs to be extremely clear. I don't know if example concept really is clear enough for someone even like me to be like, hey, this is just to get the conversation going because it'll bring more people in. The last comment I'll just make is, Nicole, you said, let me know if you want to be involved. So sign me up for all of the events, particularly in San Francisco. I'd really love to brainstorm some more inventive and fun ways to bring folks in. I think Director Duffy, you've got some ideas, so sign me up for those. I'm also really interested, I'm excited to hear about this Equity Advisory Council. So I would definitely be interested in attending and getting to know some of these EAC members just to really listen in and do the work to be informed and bring some of that back to this space on the board and on the CCJPA board as well, because we've been so clear as a board that equity can't just be this, theoretical concept. It's got to live out in every portion and be implemented in every step of the way in this process. But that's all the comments I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Lee. Let's turn to Director Duffy, followed by Director Ames.
Thank you so much. And I appreciated the briefing we had the other day. Nicole, it's wonderful to see you as well. I just want to offer a couple of points. One is I did communicate with Vice President Lee, and as you know, she's very involved with an LGBT transit advocate group, and so we think it'd be perfect to go to Manny's and 16th and Valencia, get our president to come out, maybe. I know it's hard. Yeah. Yeah, okay, all right. I guess because yesterday was National Coming Out Day, so I sort of felt the obligation to kind of represent for the three of us here today in that role. And then I just want to really think that when I asked Nicole about the formation of this Equity Council, that already there is a strong interest in having younger individuals serve, because they are the ones who will benefit, likely, definitely way ahead of me. So I hope that continues. And I did think that one pool that we could look at is that BART has had a very robust summer program for engineering students and graduates, and so that might be fertile territory to look at and see if some of those individuals who are going to be in the field and be technicians in engineering in all of its various forms. So I was really excited about our discussion. I think things are going very well. President Saltzman spoke at a recent event sponsored by HNTB, one of our lead consultants, focusing in on equity. And I think that is really important, and it's something that has not happened before in projects of magnitude. And so we're very much looking forward to it. And I think all of us as directors can think of ways to kind of bring some excitement and interest, because it is complicated to have a discussion about something that is in the early stages and down the road. So we look forward to being part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Duffy. Let's turn to Director Ames, followed by Director Rayburn.
Thank you. So when I think about reinventing our area, I think about speed. Okay. So I get a lot of complaints that BART's too slow. It can go 75 miles an hour. And when I think about this project, Link 21, it's using an antiquated rail system. There are bottlenecks, existing bottlenecks. And so I just wanted to get the overall vision of how fast this system will deliver, like from Sacramento to San Francisco. Do we have a time frame of how long that travel time will be?
We don't have exact travel times yet. Right now, we acknowledge it takes a long time, over 2 hours. And clearly more people would use the service if we could cut down that time. So
Yeah.
in the future, we very much plan to presenting estimated travel times, but we don't know that just yet.
Thank you. Because when I see those options of the one going into Alameda and it kind of curves over the bay, it just, people just want to get to their destination. And if San Francisco is the destination, which I think my colleagues would agree, that's what this is for. You'd want to expedite getting people from the 21 county region fast, as quickly as possible to that endpoint. And this is why I was looking at this other, this other question, which is, can we acknowledge other projects and just not add to existing problems? Those are really good questions. And this is why I did focus on that one bottleneck between Martinez and Benicia, because that's a bottleneck for the ports. It's a bottleneck for a capital corridor. So how would that project dovetail into this and expedite service? Because I think showing a project that reduces a bottleneck and increases speed to get to the destination would be valuable for the constituents to know that we're really addressing, it's not going to take 2 hours to get to San Francisco.
Yeah, so Capital Corridor has been studying the Carquinez Bridge, separate from Link 21, but we have state funding to look at that, and the state's been participating in it. The UP is on our PDT. And we're going to be presenting the findings of that study at the next Capital Corridor meeting in November. But absolutely, we acknowledge that that is a bottleneck. For now, because it is considered separate, as a separate effort in the state rail plan, for our service, we're starting with a place of assuming that there could be one train, up to one train an hour coming from Sacramento until something is done about that bridge.
Okay, I just think that when we talk about next year, we're going to start feasibility engineering. I would say, we need to start looking at these projects that, are desperately needed. They're long overdue. I mean, it's delaying, like I said, port activities to even our current capital corridor service. So I would look at that as a priority if, in fact, that project does expedite, travel to San Francisco. So the other thing that I know that we're working with our freight partners, but frankly, I mean, we don't get a lot of information from Union Pacific and BNSF. So I would like to see some kind of plan, like how are we going to acknowledge that the ports want to expand and potentially congest the existing rail line that we want to use to get our passengers from Sacramento to San Francisco expeditiously. So we've got two competing needs. We want to put, freight on rail. We've got port expansion. So we don't want the port to expand and just maximize their truck freight. We want to have at least like 10%, I would say, of the port activities using freight on rail. So maybe there can be some aggressive assumptions. Well, that's not too aggressive. It's only 10%. But I think that we need to see those competing needs for the growth of California, because we do need to get trucks off the interstate. I was hoping that we could see this in a rail plan in conjunction with this passenger rail plan, just some vision. So we're showing that we're collaborative in our vision. And then finally, when we talk about equity, I think about sea level rise. I know I've said this before. There's states like Louisiana that have done coastal master plans because they've had catastrophes. And I see our region turning into kind of like what our transportation system is doing. We have Santa Clara County is doing their own levee system. San Mateo County is doing their own levee system. And we have no, sea level rise master plan. Like, where is this water going to go? And a lot of the water, the scientists are saying, are going to go into Alameda County, which affects this rail system. And we talk about slope stability, like we just had this discussion on slope stability, and we need to make sure our rail systems are not in jeopardy from erosion. but our system is going to be in jeopardy with sea level rise. And just to know, like, who's going to take the lead on a regional effort to find out what are the solutions to address the rising seas? Where is the water going to go? It has to go inland. It can't just be walled up everywhere. I mean, the water has to go inward. So otherwise, we're going to lose our whole ecosystem. And by the time this gets built, we'll probably be in stage 2 of the climate emergency. I mean, we're in stage 1 right now. Additional flooding across the world. I think it was Pakistan. A third of the country of Pakistan was underwater. I mean, it's unprecedented. So I really hope that we can be leverage this project and be a leader to talk about the need for a master plan for sea level rise. I know it's not our responsibility, but there is a need to address that existing problem, and we don't have a project on the table. So I appreciate all of this work and forethought, and also I do appreciate your idea on doing a ridership land use market analysis, because I think we talked about this in a briefing, and just reimagine the land uses in San Francisco, even though it's not on the books, that you show, the potential for San Francisco to reimagine itself with its land use, even though it's not in the current plan. And you say, well, this is how we can justify the ridership model. As I've seen this before, where I've done a project like this, where it may not be, the land uses may not be on the books right now for the next 20 years, but say in 40, 50 years, this is what San Francisco could look like. And that land use model dictates the new ridership model. I think that would be a worthy effort in your market analysis next year. So thank you so much for your work. I hope that I hear that this project will reduce the time it takes to get from Sacramento to San Francisco. And I would like to see BART, go to 75 miles an hour. I mean, can we even do that? Can we do that? Because people want to see BART right now run faster. I mean, I get complaints on this all the time, and I'm sure you do too. So maybe that's a different conversation, but I think this is another way to just show that we're trying to get people to their destination as quick as possible, including our own system that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Ames. Let's turn it to our last speaker, Director Rayburn.
Thank you, Chair Foley. And first, I want to acknowledge my appreciation for Derek Sagehorn's reminder of value capture needs to be woven into this project so that we can see what the opportunities are and begin to gauge how much that transformation of our land uses can augment our operating losses in the future. I think that those are incredibly valuable discussions that we should have. Look back on this project as really beginning with the Capital Corridor's vision plan. And I think of going before a number of advocates in around 2015 in downtown Oakland and blurting out that, hey, the Capital Corridor eventually could be running underground for essentially 3 miles. And, it was an exciting aspect for those advocates to contemplate. And what I'm seeing now is that we've taken that to the next level. We had a preliminary concept that may or may not have been really feasible. And what I'm seeing now is that the regional rail, the passenger component, would be thoroughly undergrounded, deep. To get to that level of specificity in terms of the long-term feasibility, I think that's incredibly exciting. And as well, you also mentioned, Camille, that the BART Y would be bypassed. And that alone just gets rid of major headaches, adds speed to the connections. And I'm very excited about this project. And there's another aspect of building perhaps a new station near Jack London, that, could it even straddle the estuary, bringing opportunities for serving both Alameda as well as Oakland? I don't know, but I know that there has been a concept floated in the past about that, and I would like to see that further explored. To me, that represents a win-win, that all the advocates who are asking for new bridges and connections between Oakland and Alameda could maybe be really appeased and get fully behind this project. And I really want to be part of the public outreach. I think that's the exciting component here. I'm not going to say I like one concept better than the other until I have an opportunity to see how different groups respond to what they see on the maps and hear their input and their reflections. So I'm excited about this. As I have to say that until the elections are over, the amount of time I can allocate to extracurricular activities are small, but I look forward to, particularly after November 8th, just being there with you at every event possible. So thanks for all your hard work in bringing this forward and scheduling the outreach sessions.
Thank you, Director Rayburn. Madam Secretary, it looks like we do have one late public comment.
Yes, we do. We have one hand raised on Zoom. So we'll go to Alita. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Mark Foley. Alita Dupree for the record, she and her. Need my clock here. Thank you. Good presentation. I appreciate all of the discussion you're having. I think the thing that really stood out for me in this slide deck was basically a theme of not allowing the design to preclude other modes. And I've talked about that before, where it talks about regional rail and BART. I see it here. It's on page 8. And as I've said it before, I want this to be about regional rail and BART, not regional rail or BART. I look forward to the particulars I've mentioned before about having a dual gauge track and a dual power systems. The overhead wire, 25,000 volts, and our third rail. I think that's very easy to do. And can freight be a part of it? I think it can. And I do like the idea that I heard, and I guess it's been floated here and there. But what about undergrounding the main rail line through Oakland? And I've been to Oakland many times, and it runs at street level for a short distance through Jack London Square. What if we can underground that major rail line, which has both passenger and freight, and electrify it and really open up that several miles of that corridor for the people to enjoy in some way? Maybe turn it into some kind of a pedestrian-friendly boulevard. Maybe something like the Embarcadero in San Francisco or the West Side Highway in New York, but without the automobiles. Maybe you could run a light rail down the middle of it and have a couple of big bike lanes. So I think that this can be more about just building a railroad. So I look forward to us getting into those public outreach meetings and talking more deeply about this. I'm looking forward more so to the particulars, because how we do this exemplifies the ideal that BART is indeed the people's system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dupree, and bless you. And I don't believe we have any additional public comment.
Yeah, I don't see any additional hands raised.
All right. And just before we conclude, I wanted to throw out two things. One, Contra Costa County events. So I checked on the calendar. I didn't see any schedule, but please let me know when we do get some on the calendar. That would be much appreciated. And I know this should not be a driving force, but how much consideration, or is there even any, regarding the relocation of a baseball stadium located near Jack London? That's an opportunity for ridership. Does that factor into any decision-making whatsoever?
Well, we don't have our travel demand and land use ridership model built yet. And when we do have it built, our intention is to really look at different scenario planning, especially to address, the way transit ridership may have changed in the past 2 years. And so we'll be able to look at it more closely then. But as Director Rayburn and Alita spoke about, the intent would be to put, or the plan right now is to put Capital Corridor or BART anywhere where we're putting new underground, because we understand the impact of us, investing new structures in communities. And so that wouldn't solve the freight issues in that location, but it would solve the passengers. Hopefully that answered your question.
Play ball. Thank you. I appreciate it. So with that, President Saltzman, I will conclude the PPAL committee and turn it over to you.
Thank you. Given the time, we're going to hold off on board matters and do that after the closed session. So we will now go into closed session under item 13A. Before we do that, is there any public comment on 13A?
I have not received any speaker cards and I don't see any hands raised.
Okay, thank you. We'll return to open session when we're done in closed session.
Media team, you ready for us to come back?
The board has ended the closed session. There's nothing to report out of closed session, so we'll now get back to the open session agenda. Item 11, board matters, and we'll take items A, B, and C all together. So please enter the speaker queue if you'd like to speak. First, Director Rayburn.
Thank you very much, President Salzman. The most exciting thing I did was a walkthrough of 19th Street Station with Bob Powers and Carl Holmes and other staff to review the construction progress. And this morning I was pleased as I walked through the station again to see the terrazzo continues to be additional segments that have been cracked have been repaired. So good progress. It's not everything that I think I envisioned at the outset, but we're able to, I think, get things ready. I really want to see that elevator come online soon. I participated in the equity and mobility panel that Director Salzman was on. It was a really well done event put on by HNTB. I also was at the WTS Awards and to honor Elsa Ortiz, one of our colleagues on the AC Transit Board, who's served given over 40 years of her life to public service. So it was really a pleasure to see her honored for her service at the WTS. And I was pleased to see so many staff from BART at that event. And I hope that some of those staff will eventually be up on stage receiving similar awards. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Foley.
Thank you, President Saltzman. Just a couple of items of note. On October 6th, I attended the virtual Contra Costa Mayor's Conference. And on October 11th, yourself and I both attended the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors meeting for their 50th, BART 50th anniversary resolution ceremony. So we accepted a resolution on behalf of BART. It was a great event. And I'd like to personally give a shout out to Henry Simons, who helped get everything coordinated, helped the event run very smoothly for us. And with that, the last item I will ask of the district secretary is, yes, I noticed on the printed agendas, we have a QR code. I know I've asked previously, and I'm hoping that those that are on Legistar and possibly at the kiosk, we have our digital kiosk, if we could include the QR code so that folks can actually quickly get a copy of the agenda from a digital standpoint.
Sure. Yes, I can add that to the kiosk and to the Legistar page. Thank you. It's a great suggestion.
Thank you. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, President Saltzman.
Director Ames.
Thank you. Excuse me. So I attended Our Lady of the Rosary Festival in Union City in the Dakota neighborhood. It's a really special place. They've had a lot of history there, and it's a Hispanic neighborhood. So I want to thank Carrie Hillis for providing the information that BART has. It has it in Spanish, all of the informational materials in Spanish. So it was a wonderful event. That was October 2nd and 3rd, I believe. And I also went to an event at the California School of the Blind because yesterday, which I didn't realize this, but yesterday was White Cane Day. And White Cane Safety Day was established by Lyndon B. Johnson. It's October 15th, and it's an effort to raise awareness of people who carry a white cane. And this is in relation to those that are, have vision impairments. So who knew that there was White Cane Day? And that was yesterday, and I was invited to an event in Fremont. It's the only school of the blind in California, and it's a wonderful facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Duffy.
Thank you so much, Madam President. I simply want to request that we adjourn today's meeting in honor of Ken Hamai, and I would like to thank Vice President Lee for joining me in this recognition. Ken is someone that I have known for almost 30 years, and he was one of the leading founders of the Gay Asian Pacific Alliance, an organization in San Francisco that brought together gay men to establish a stronger identity, to have solidarity and community. And one of the outgrowths of the founding of GAPA was establishing an annual pageant, and Mr. and Miss GAPA, and Miss GAPA being someone in drag. And Runway really changed people's perceptions in the community, awareness of it. It was a really tongue-in-cheek event every year. There were mishaps on stage and MCs, and they had celebrity MCs, and that was a great thing. API actors and actresses would come and lend their support to the LGBT community. And Ken was one of the original founders, and I came to know Ken as someone who really built community in San Francisco. And you would see over the decades all the young men and women who were API who Ken mentored and supported. I do want to say that one of Ken's closest friendships was with Alex Randolph, who worked for me as a legislative aide when I was in the Board of Supervisors, and that just began a very successful public and political career when he was appointed by Mayor Ed Lee to the Community College Board and was elected in his own right. And Alex is on the Board of Equality California. So I want to say that Ken was fabulous, and that is a well-used phrase in the gay lexicon, but he truly was fabulous, and I loved running into him and seeing whoever the crowd was with him. He enjoyed life to the fullest, and tragically he passed away just a few weeks ago, just hours after he had hosted a large birthday party for his husband, Jack, and he passed away in his sleep. And so he left us, I think, doing what he did best, which is creating community and giving love and support. And so I very much appreciate my colleagues and coworkers' patience in letting me share just a few words about Ken and how much he will be missed. And I want to thank Janice for adding her name. And I know that Ken was very proud of the fact that we had someone who was part of the LGBT community and API in an elected leadership position in San Francisco. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thanks for sharing his story. Director McPartland?
I attended the 50th anniversary ceremonies that we had, at Lake Merritt. Also in attendance were Tom Blaylock and Quentin Kopp and Gail Murray, and there may have been a couple of other previous directors that were there as well. I attended the Valley Link meeting. As a matter of fact, that was yesterday. So that's the Tri-Valley San Joaquin Valley Regional Rail Authority. And I also attended the Dublin dedication of a community park in honor of Tom Biddle, someone who has worked in the city both for a career and as a council member in Dublin for over 40 years. And he was a heck of a guy to work with. He was cooperative to a fault, and he was always not only looking out for the best interest of the city of Dublin, but also the public at large. And he was a delight to work with. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see other directors in the queue. I do have a couple things. I think almost everything I went to was already reported on by somebody else, so I won't say those again. But The other event I did attend was the BART Soundtracks concert at El Cerrito del Norte in September. It was really, really fun. I got to bring my whole family. It's just great that we're able to do events like that. I saw a lot of people there, met some folks. People were just having so much fun. And, you know, in the middle of the week, there really aren't music events out on the street at El Cerrito. So people just like heard it from around the neighborhood and came. And it was a really nice thing, and I hope we can continue to activate that really amazing plaza that somehow has like the best acoustics, so should be used for lots of music events. So thanks to all the staff that made that happen. And I do have an RCI to introduce for those who have been on the board for a long time. So Directors McPartland and Rayburn, you'll probably remember because I introduced a very similar RCI in 2014, but it couldn't really go forward. So I'm introducing it again now that I'm hopeful we're closer to making it happen. And so I will read it. BART's $6.20 excursion fare unfairly penalizes riders who enter a station and do not ride BART, especially when it is due to BART delays. Currently, it is challenging to get reimbursed for excursion fares in these situations, and it is not transparent how to do it. This RCI requests staff to present to the BART board before the end of 2022 about the excursion fare and include a resolution to create a grace period for the excursion fare when it becomes technically possible to do so that people who are in stations for a short amount of time do not pay the excursion fare. And why I'm bringing this up again, it's two reasons. One is Vice President Lee and I have been working with Pam and her team for nearly the whole year on this issue. We thought we'd be able to resolve it soon. It now looks like, you know, with Clipper 2, it might take longer. And so I think it's just important for us to take this action, even if we can't implement it immediately, to show the public that we do care. I know when we had the, you know, last really big mess on BART a few weeks ago, when there were train delays all day long, I got a lot of people contacting me really upset about the excursion fare and just feeling like in this day and age with the technology we have, how can you not just change this right away if you want to change it? So that's why I want the presentation to come forward so we can explain to the public kind of where we're at and what's happening, what the challenges are, and then the resolution to come forward. So I'd appreciate, I think I need a second and a third.
I wish to provide a second.
Okay, I think I saw Vice President Lee and then Director Rayburn. So we'll go with those. And that is all I need to report on. I'm not sure why it's on here. I think we do this for evening meetings, but since it's on here, if we have any more general public comment, item 12, we'll take that now.
There are no hands raised, and I did not receive any speaker cards.
Okay, then we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you, everyone.